Right. Good afternoon. Uh, Right. Good afternoon, guys. Welcome to the CIMA P1 operational level. Don't have online participants here, only physical participants, right? So today we are going to start with the session number 1 with the introduction to the CIMA P1 management accounting. So you all know majority because I did the economics some few lessons for the part timers. And this management accounting, I hope you collected this textbook. Right. Yeah. So if you can collect after the next week, or you can collect. So this is the textbook we call CIMA P1 structure. This is a CIMA book, P1 related. All the information and materials are here. Going forward, after this, I mean, for the June batch also we released that. This time I'm planning to give the hard copy. For them, I shared the soft copy, not like this. We call question bank, question book. Full practice questions from the lesson number 1. Hello, you. My June batch. Right. So, uh, safe. Hello, hello. Good, good. Huh? So, so we are going to share this printed physical copy to your batch during the few lessons, because you to practice the question. Here we have a content, and going forward, this kind of the book for the practice question for the all area called the traditional cost into final call risk and uncertainty. So like that. So here, page number 1, the first page, we have a contents. We have to follow structure, cover, traditional cost accounting, modern cost accounting, other costing techniques and all, standard costing and variances, advanced variance, further analysis, further variance analysis, and the few practice questions are there, and preparing budgets and all the other budget related things are there, and the break even and relevant costing, risk and uncertainty, and all these things are included. This is the structure of the P1 syllabus. Then after this, once you covered with the syllabus, during the few lessons, we are going to start with the practicing question with the booklet. All other predicted questions, past questions, paper-based analysis, and everything should we have included in the book, right? So now, today we are going to start from the first chapter number 1, page number 1 to 13. Turn the page number 1. Study session number 1. Today, we are going to learn about what is cost accounting. So the first one is a cost accounting. Actually, what is cost accounting? What is cost? Why do we need the cost accounting? Why do we need cost accounting? Why cost accounting? Why cost accounting? Right. You all remember when you are doing with the CIMA foundation level management accounting, we have something called the particular cost elements we call cost. And then we have a end product or service. End product or service. So now, let's assume this is the product, one particular unit. You have to calculate the cost of this particular unit, the cost of production. We don't know. You do decide the selling price, you do earn a profit, you may record no first cost figure. So we, as a management accountant, we have to relate this cost to our end product or service. End product or service. So we can't say we are only producing the products. We are not. There are manufacturing industry, they are producing products and all. And there are service industry, they are providing service. Say, for example, I'm providing service. So that achievers can measure my service, the cost of my service, number of hours, number of lecture hours, like that, or number of students. Based on that, they can count, they can calculate my cost. So we can calculate like that. So not only for the product. When you are focusing about the cost, we have two elements, mainly two types of cost. Mainly, there are other types. What are the main two types of cost? Economics, well, you learn cost classification. I remember. Different bases we learn. Under that one base is there. What is that? Mainly two costs are there. Mainly two costs are there. So one we call, very good, direct cost. We call DZ. The next we call IZ. What is IZ? Indirect cost. This one we can call it as the overheads as well. In another name for the indirect cost. So now, organizations, they may require to allocate these two cost types into the end product or service. For that, they are using the cost accounting system, which is we call CAS, cost accounting system. Now we define the definition. What is cost accounting system? Cost of the organization may require to allocate to the end product or service. For that, we may require to use the different systems or methods, which is we call cost accounting system. Understood? And then direct cost, indirect cost are there. No? So direct costs are not our scope. Why? What is the direct cost? Again, according to the economics, we can define the direct cost. What is direct cost? The cost that can be directly attributable to the end product or service. We can directly attribute. No need to worry about that. Indirect cost we call the cost that cannot be directly attributable to particular end product or service. That is why we have to focus about indirect or overheads under cost accounting system, under traditional cost accounting, chapter number 1. In CIMA P1, they want to touch with that. The prior to that, you all know the P1 structure of the P1. You have how many questions like other OTQs? 60 questions, 90 minutes, right? So this is the same structure. So no differences, right? My majority, some of the few batches, because this is my 4th batch, CIMA 4th batch for the P1. So majority who did the CIMA P1, they did the first attempt and all, have a highest mark for 128, 130 out of 150. CIMA P1, they did in Achievers Exam Center. So I had some discussions with them because this now came to Shan. They are also going to do within the few weeks because they had to finish the CIMA of foundation level 1 exam. After that, they are going to sit for that. People who did the CIMA P1, I have a small discussion with them. They said some of the people, they got the full theories. I mean, not everything, not 60 questions are theory. The majority theory, something from this area, and they got theories from risk and uncertainty and the budgeting. Yes. Others, they got the majority calculation, the small theory questions. The majority with the standard costing and variance analysis, mix and yield variance, operating and plan invariance, preparation of the operating statement. They gave some blanks. You had to put the adverse or favorable or particular variance type. For that, you have to calculate the entire variance at the given time. 1.5 minutes for each question. That's a challenge. So they said, with the time they manage. The questions are not that much difficult, but the thing is, the time consuming. So they had to practice. We have one of the mock exam at the end of this, and parallel to that, we are going to do the classroom mock exam, right? So this batch, you are going to start the unit test because I'm normally P1 we are having because I plan to have a same thing for the economics as well, but didn't do that because the changes and everything. So for the P1, yes, this is my subject, fully owned by myself. I'm having unit test and the mock exam. This time planning to have a 5 mock exam apart from that classroom mock exam, and then you have to go to the final exam, right? So I have a progress report, then one-to-one session I'm going to conduct. In the one-to-one session, I'm going to say, this is the mark you are going to take. Actually, closer to that mark you are going to take. This is we did for the previous batches, right? I want your hard work, and you done the foundation all. Yes. Others, people who are doing the foundation exams, we will do the different plan and quickly finish it, and we can go with this process because this is a otherwise we are taking the time. Right? I will give a nice plan for this after the discussion. Right. Then direct cost accounting, we are using the method we call direct cost accounting method. We call basic cost accounting method. For that, we have a few bases. We call the methods. Job costing, batch costing, job batch, and contract, job batch contract, and then process, job batch contract process, and finally service, job batch contract process service. These are the few methods we call the 5 methods or basic methods to allocate the direct cost to end product or service. Here, based on the job number, job card, we are going to allocate. Batch number, yes. Here, we call the contract account we are using as a method. And here, process account and service, we have a hybrid measurement. So, this is not our scope under P1. I hope you have done with the foundation level, especially ACC people did the foundation level MA. This is all job and batch contract, these things. But our level, we don't have to worry about that direct cost. P1, no. Our only worry is about overheads, indirect costs, how to allocate or how to relate to end products or service. Remember, in CIMA management accounting, you learn overhead analysis. You to calculate what? OAR, overhead absorption rate. There are 4 steps. The first one, what is the one? The first step. It's good to remind that. Identification of cost center. We have a production cost center, service cost center. All the service cost center items we have to relate into the production cost center to get the final OAR, because we are not going to work with the service center. For that purpose, identify the cost center, then allocation and apportionment. 3, reallocation and apportionment based on the ratios we use. And 4th, we have finally used the overhead absorption rate. How to calculate the OAR. Here we are going to learn, but based on the previous knowledge, I will show you. Waiting. Right. One student, Sapuni, is there. Hi, good afternoon, Sapuni. Welcome to the CIMA P1. Right. Hope you can hear me. Hello, Sapuni. Can you hear me? Sapuni, can you hear me? Put the message through the Zoom session because hope you can hear me. Welcome to CIMA P1. Right. We started to discuss about the CIMA P1 chapter number 1. Hope you have a textbook, CIMA P1 textbook. Please turn to page number 1. So then, after you're done with all the process analysis and the overhead analysis, we are going to calculate the OAR. We call overhead absorption rate. How to calculate? Total budgeted overheads need to be divided by what? What is the base? Overhead absorption rate calculation. Total budgeted overhead divided by total budgeted volume. We can use the total budgeted volume. Total budgeted volume. Start studying from today onwards for the CIMA Management Accounting Foundation. Today onwards. This total budgeted volume we can use either number of units or machine hours or labor hours based on the requirement. So here we have a 3 bases we call. One is number of units. One we call machine hours. The one we call labor hours. Right. If you use the base called the number of unit produced, then we call OAR per unit. If you use the machine hours, we call OAR per machine hour. If you use the labor hours, we call OAR per labor hours. This is the basis which is we call OAR calculation. Here again we are going to learn that. Not the overhead analysis, the OAR and with the balance calculation. So this is the process under cost accounting system, right? So now we can't stop with the explanation from this angle, no, this point, no. You to allocate overhead cost to end product or service, we have to use the 2 methods. Now we are going to learn with these two methods. So I will show you how to work with that chart. Right. This is the method. Sapuni, hope you can hear me. Can you put the message and confirm, please? First are there. Then we have end product, or service. Here we call cost can be allocated to the end product or service by using the cost accounting system. Right. So cost we can explain like that. There are direct cost, which is we call direct cost. And then we have another cost type called indirect cost. Indirect cost. So we learn direct cost can be allocated to the end product or service in a systematical or methodical manner by using the 5 bases we call direct cost accounting, direct cost accounting, or basic cost accounting methods. So we learned those methods. How many methods? 5. What are those? Job, batch, contract, process, and service costing. So with this kind of the area can be tested at the exam as theory-based question. So under this we have a job costing. And second we have a batch costing, job costing, batch costing. Third one we can use the process, job batch process costing, job batch process. And fourth one we call contract account, contract account. Number 5 finally we can say job batch contract process and service costing. We call service costing, which is we call hybrid method. Hybrid method. So these are the 5 bases you may require to use when you are working with the direct cost accounting method, direct cost allocation to end product or service. Done. This is not our scope. Our scope is how to relate end product or service. Indirect cost, that we call overheads, to end product or service. How to relate the indirect overheads to end product or service. This is we call overhead. Indirect cost, another name, what? Overheads. Remember? We call overheads. අර ලොකු ගොඩක් ඔලු නෙමෙයි overheads cost. පොදුකාර පිරිවැය. Overheads. Same name for this. So now when you are allocating the overhead cost to end product or service, we may require to use the when you are working with the overhead cost accounting methods, you to allocate the overheads or indirect cost to end product or service. We are going to use the 2 methods. We call one is traditional cost accounting method. Second, we call modern cost accounting method. So traditional method and the modern method. What are the 2 methods? Traditional and the modern. So then here we call the first method called traditional overheads, cost accounting methods. Traditional overhead cost accounting methods. And second we call modern overheads, cost accounting methods. So these are the few methods and bases we are going to use when you are allocating the indirect cost to end product or service. Here, traditional and modern cost accounting bases we are going to use in a different way. So I will touch you that later. First of all, copy this down. Understood this? The explanation how it's going to be work before we come into the question. Clear? Yes. Copy this down. Welcome, Sapuni, Kavindi. Kavindi is joining, right? Sapuni, can you confirm? Because I want to get class confirm because you can hear me because you are in the online. If possible, can you put the WhatsApp, but not WhatsApp, Teams message? What is this? Yes, right. Okay, Sapuni, thank you so much. And right. Uh, Now can you hear me properly? Now it's okay, right? Sapuni, can you please copy this diagram? I think you cannot see this properly. This is already done. Right, hope now you can see the chart and please copy this. Right. Now clear? Right. Welcome, Kavindi. Hope you can hear me. Welcome to CIMA P1 session, and we started with the lecture, the first lecture session now, from your textbook, which is page number 1. If you don't have a CIMA P1 textbook, please contact CIMA, so Achievers Lanka Business School Management, and they will help you to collect the textbook, right? So until that, we have to work with my charts and all. I hope you have access to the Google Drive and all the given by the Achievers. If there is any doubt and all, please contact Achievers Management as soon as possible. They will help you to find the and solve the issue. Right? Done? Okay. My online participants, Kavindi and Sapuni, shall I clean the whiteboard? Because hope you all done with this chart. This is about the introduction to cost accounting and the overhead cost accounting main methods. These are the main two methods. Under these two methods, there are sub methods as well. The the discussion we can continue with the relevant calculations and all. So better, can you please turn the page number 2 now? The textbook page number 2. Online participants, if you have a textbook, please turn the page number 2 of the textbook. Right. So here they have given the nice instruction about the whatever we have discussed so far from this discussion. So here, cost accounting, we define the systems or methods we are using to allocate the cost of the organization to end product or service. For that allocation, we use the main two methods, traditional overhead and the modern overhead cost accounting methods. So the direct cost accounting are out of our scope because we are not going to focus that. Under here, we are going to focus overhead allocation. So here they have given the definition, page number 2. Please read that definition. Cost accounting systems are techniques used to relate the cost of the organization to the end product or service in a systematical or methodical manner. Same definition, whatever we discussed. Why we need cost accounting system? Actually, why do we need cost accounting? Because when it comes to cost accounting system, we can explain like this. What is cost accounting? Why do we need cost accounting? And how? What, why, and how? Already what part is done because we define the cost accounting system definition. So why do we need cost accounting? Why do we need? What is the main purpose of that? My online participants also can provide the answers. Why do we need the cost accounting? What is the reason behind that? Why do we need? Why do we need? Actually, we want the cost accounting to value the inventories. Why? We want the cost. Without that we can't value. Under financial accounting, you learn valuation of inventory valuation. So how you can value the inventory? By using the cost, the particular units or stocks. By using the each cost base, you can value it. No, then we call this is the cost of the inventory, the valuation of the inventory. For that we want cost, and we want the cost accounting system. And then they have given the price in the products. Now, for example, let's say you want to buy this kind of the calculator. So you are going to pay. This is we call selling price. But seller and the manufacturer, they set up the selling price based on the cost plus profit. Why? First they want to cover the cost figure, and then they want to cover the profits for the company, because they don't want to do the charity, no. They want to cover the cost first, and they want to earn some margin. This we call cost plus profit equals selling price. You to price the product, you may require to know the cost. Therefore, you are going to allocate the cost by using the cost accounting system. Understood? These are the theories. Similar kind of questions can be happen from the exam, because theory based. This is nothing. And then for the cost control, what is the cost control? 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 Any guesses? Any idea? No idea. නිදි මතයි දෙ නෑනේ. ඔයා නිකන් කලකිරිලා ඉන්නේ. සීමා එපා වුණා වගේද? Don't think that, don't worry. For everything we have a solution. Don't worry about that. Think about the current situation and go with that. This is applicable for the life matters as well. Therefore, don't think about that. Everything can be sorted with a nice manner. Don't worry. What is cost control? For example, let us assume you are running a manufacturing business. You have some particular products to produce. You have some few suppliers around you. You have to purchase supplier materials from each supplier. Now you found one of the suppliers are supplying the one particular material with a high expensive manner. That's why under management accounting, under few chapters called budgeting and standard costing and variances, we are going to calculate what we expected and what we received actually are deviating or not. We call variances. At So favorable. If there is an adverse cost figure, we are going to discontinue the operations with that supplier, controlling the cost. For that, you to expect, you to budget, you to compare. For that, you have to have a cost. That cost can be compared by using the cost accounting system for you to control the cost. Then, if the supplier is applying high expensive material, yes, discontinue with the operation. Why? We want to control the cost. For that, we have to have a cost accounting method. And then pricing products and all, recording and reporting, similar thing. So this is the why do we need cost accounting? We are done with that by part. Now how? What is the how part? How to relate cost to the end product or service? How to relate? The main one we learn OAR calculation, and that is why we have to learn these two different methods under allocating overheads to end product or service by using the traditional or modern method. Under traditional, we have two methods. Under modern, we have another two methods. All four methods you are going to learn, you are going to work with the calculations in the few chapters. Understood? Clear? Right. Don't worry. My plan is to finish the syllabus as soon as possible, and then I want to do the practice question session until the final day. This is the plan. So during that time, somehow you have to finish your CIMA foundation exams. Then after, I will tell you, do the exam as soon as possible. Then other OTQ exams in operation. First do the P1, finish it. So for that, we will have a plan. And don't worry, now start studying the management accounting parallel to this. Then you can refresh your mind. Right. Then how to relate the cost to their activities? Here we have two methods, two system, two classification. They said what is that called? You have to know your cost. What is the cost? That's why we first understood about, we identify direct and indirect. Only not only these two, there are other costs as well. And then when you are having the know your cost, know your activity. You have to know the cost, you have to know the activity. What are the activities you have to face? What are the activities you have to focus? So there are two classifications under how cost accounting system, how to relate cost to the end product cost system. So end product cost service. So please page number 2, read the first one. Know your cost classification. Organization can classify their cost in number of ways, but the type of classification generally depends on the purpose of classification. The page number 3, you have a purpose of classifications and the type of cost classifications. This is the one of the OTQ question. They gave this table. They asked students to match by putting the, we call the dragging or a drag current to relevant in front of that. The question came like that. This is the predicted question, but similar question came for the few exam diets when the students are doing the OTQs. That time I'm in the different institute. So we found they got these similar questions. And here also few students got that, the past batches. So therefore, this based on that, we develop the question, right? So make sure to remember that chart. Direct and indirect. We all know direct and indirect because we learned that. And prior to that, we learned in the foundation as well. Purpose of classification, we call assigning cost to product or service. That's why we want to know what is direct, what is indirect. Anyways, however, we have to allocate this into end product or service. And then fixed and variable. I knew most of you know the definition of fixed cost and the variable. What is variable cost? What is variable? The word variable, changing. Fixed is the constant. The variable is where the cost that can be changed based on the volume of output or whatever changes happen. If it is zero, no variable. If it is changing, yes, variable. Fixed we call constant in whatever volume you have. Break-even point, we are going to learn this. This is the purpose of classification. CVP, analysis and budgeting. Please write in front of that. CVP mean cost, volume, profit analysis. CVP stand for CVP, not the TVP, not the JVP. C means cost. We call volume. P call profit. we call cost volume profit analysis. Another name for the break-even point analysis. Another name for the break-even point analysis. Cost volume profit analysis. Where break-even point analysis, cost volume profit analysis, or break-even point analysis. This is the purpose of classifying variable and the fixed cost. You are going to learn why do we need the fixed cost, why do we need the variable cost for the cost volume. Here, break-even we call no profit, no losses. That means you don't have a profit, you don't have a loss. You are selling and you are covering all the costs, but you don't have a margin. But shape a business no losses, but can run. But we are not expecting that to happen for a foreseeable period. We want to enhance it into the profitable level. But at the beginning, we don't have a profit, we don't have a loss. Zero. That is we call break-even point analysis. Sales value, variable cost, fixed cost, volume, and all together we call CVP analysis. That's why we call cost, volume, profit. This is one of the purpose of classifying fixed and variable. The next one, relevant and irrelevant. Here you are going to learn at the end of the session. I mean, not today. Closer to your final months. I mean, prior to the exam, we are going to learn relevant and irrelevant. The cost that can be relevant for the decision making. The cost that cannot be relevant for the decision making. We call relevant cost for the decision making and not relevant cost for the decision making. We are going to split those two separately. For example, sunk cost. Sunk cost. It is historical. We don't want to bother about this sunk cost. It is historical. Some cost like opportunity cost. Yes, we may require to use that for the decision making. Why? We choose a one particular option. We have an alternative. We have foregone the value of best alternative. We foregone, which is we call opportunity cost. We want to consider that opportunity cost is relevant. Another one is there because now I'm giving the general explanation, but in depth we have to learn that. Imputed cost, which is relevant. Imputed is we call in other words notional cost. Notional because we are having the imagine. We call imagination. Imagine, Kerala, we are planning this much of things can be happen. Yes, which is relevant. We are imagine, we are planning, we are taking into the consideration for the investment. Yes, we want. Another one is there incremental or additional cost that should be considered. Why? Because of the one decision, because of the one action, we have some incremental, we have some addition that is we call relevant. Why? That is why we want to learn in other words marginal or variable additional amount, because you learn under marginal utility under the economics. Marginal utility calculation, total utility divided by the difference between the changes, the quantity. MZ marginal, so MU marginal utility, additional incremental, which is relevant. And then after that we have the purpose of classification is a decision making. No point of that. The next types of classification we call purchasing, ordering, and holding. So here I think if you learn under CIMA foundation level, I'm not sure. Holding cost, inventory holding, inventory ordering, and then we call inventory purchasing. Or for a particular one we call economic order quantity. Did you learn the inventory management system? Under that we have some of the organization, they have something called something similar to here. It's like this. Some organization, they are having an inventory management system. So here we don't have, but I will teach you some of the items are there, total quality management and total productive management measurement. The in depth you are going to learn under P2 syllabus, not the P1. Some of the organization, they are having some two basket like this. Make a pin the economic again. This is the some basket like that. This is small basket. We call not a basket, make a bin, two bin system. The two bin, one bin A and bin 2, we call bin B. So organization, they have a the quantities, whatever the ingredients and all, they have pulled into this this basket, this bin. When the requirement is coming to here, that means closer to the finish, the material and all the quantity, we call this level reorder level. Reorder level. So then what they are going to do, the materials are here to second bin. They are going to take this into here when they reach the reorder level. Once they received with that, they can write, they can run with their manufacturing process until they receive with the full quantity from the supplier. So that is why we call this a reorder level. Now they are putting the order. We want more. Please send that and all the materials. This is we are in the reorder level. Until they receive in with that, we are going to use this bin item. Once they receive with the whole thing, first they are going to fill again to here. The balance part they are going to put into here. Why? First we have to fill, because whenever we want, we can use this until the order levels are reached into our manufacturing center. This is we call inventory management system 1 or 2 bin system. EOQ method, economic order quantity method, that is also having a reorder level. That's why we call inventory holding cost, purchasing cost. So, and ordering, this all are the costs. Purchase, order, and holding, all are the costs. The purpose of that we call a inventory management. This is the inventory management purpose. Understood? Clear? Yes. The next one, types of cost classification, production and non-production cost. That is we call production related and non-production related. Mainly we are using for the ratio calculation, ratio reporting. What is this? Then production and non-production, periodic one, external reporting and ratio analysis. What is that? Then why production cost are not calling as a periodic? Non-production cost we call periodic cost. Then here absorption, in the cost accounting we are going to learn. The next lesson is that. So until that, I'm not going to touch with that area. What are the periodic? Why period cost? It's like that. We have a type called production cost and the non-production cost. Production means which is relevant to the production. Non-production is which is not relevant to the production. Production related cost, for example, when you are working with the manufacturing account, prime cost, factory cost, those are we call the production related. Anything we call sales and distribution, administration, finance, all these we call the non-production overhead cost and the non-production cost. Did you remember when you are working with the financial accounting called financial reporting, F1 and foundation? When you are preparing the profit and loss statement, you use all the non-production costs as well. You are removing all the administration, selling and distribution, finance and all, you to get the net profit for the year. So we call the period cost can be considered for the decision making. Therefore, once you prepare with all these things, we are having the net profitability, profit for the year, profit after tax. This we call net profitability or return. You to calculate the ratio. Net profit margin, operating profit margin, gross profit margin. So all these things we are going to calculate. ROI, ROCE. You are having the financial account, these ratios, right? So these are we are going to focus. This is the purpose of calculating ratios for the analysis. Understood? This is the main purpose of having this cost classification for the external reporting and financial ratio calculation. Why external reporting? Financial accounting is the external reporting. Management accounting is the internal reporting, because you know that differences between the FA and the MA. That is the purpose of classification. And page number 3 and the page same page, classification number 6, we have a financial and non-financial. We have a financial data like that. What are the non-financial? That we know the non-financial managers also there. Who are the non-financial managers? HR, IT, operation, marketing, sales and all. These are the non-financial fellow. They don't have idea, any single idea about the financial information. They don't know. They don't want to listen to that because they say this is our out of our. But they have to adhere to that, because whenever the budgeting we are going to learn, we are going to have a setup with a budget committee. The budget committee is set up with the different functional heads. For example, the budget committee lead by the one of the head called head of finance. He's a leader. He's a head. So then you are from the IT, you are from the market, you are from the other called finance, sales department, other department, operation. We are taking some representative from the different department, and we are going to set the budget committee. Why? When the budget committee that day we are asking head of the finance, how much your department want, how much you want, how much you want. These department heads or the representative should be given the instruction, yes, for the next year, because now we are closer to the next year. No, this is the September, October, November, December, 3 months more. Now they are having the budget committee meeting because they want to plan the next year. You are saying for the IT department, we want to hire, we want to purchase new IT equipment for the next year. I want this much. You are the non-finance manager because you are IT. You are the head of IT, so head of marketing. You said next year we want to do some of the marketing campaign promotions. We want this much of cost. You are non-finance manager and you. So we have to balance all together. We call the balance scorecard. Balance them. Finance people should balance every manager's non-finance fellows as well. Financial and non-financial is a cost classification. The purpose became we had to balance scorecard. There is a method called balance scorecard. In depth, there are calculations, but here our focus is not like that. You are going to learn the balance scorecard P2 and the P3. Calculations are there. Responsibility center management and all these things are there. These are the advanced. Here, you have to remember balance scorecard is where balancing the financial and non-financial managers requirement and all at the particular level of requirements you to manage that. Balance scorecard. Right? This is the purpose. And then current assets and current liability. We all know you are going to learn with the current asset, current ratio, quick asset, quick ratio, asset test ratio. Hope you all learn with the financial accounting. This is the liquidity based one. But here they have done the types of cost classification as a current asset and current liability. The purpose is the working capital management. What is the working capital? You to run the day-to-day operations, you have to have a particular working capital. That's a particular liquidity level. No, for example, let us assume finance institute. How many you are working at where? No, you working from no. You are working Expo Lanka, ne? Oh, some that also because your company also they want some working capital to run the business day-to-day operation because we don't know unexpected situations can be occurred. No, especially bankers, finance institute, not taking our surplus money. We as a depositors, we are depositing. And their main business is after that, they want to give it to some person as a loan. The difference, that profit they can earn by the interest. But some of the company, they are not keeping any single money. They are giving to give all the money to the loan as a loan, and they are making focusing on the profits. One particular day or another day, they have faced some particular issue called few customers came and requested to withdraw the money. They don't have the money. Because of that, the banks can be, the finance institutes can be collapse, bankruptcy. So they have to manage the profitability and the liquidity, the balancing method. We call not the balance scorecard, which is we call working capital management. You have to have a day-to-day running operations related sufficient money or funds with you to run the smooth manner. Working capital management. Here, you hope you will learn under finance accounting, or you will learn inventory holding period, credit settlement period, which is we call another one, inventory holding, credit settlement, and receivable collection period. All are you are going to work with that. If you have a collection period from the trade receivable, which is a long lengthy period, you have to minimize. If you have a credit settlement period very short, you are trying to make it lengthy. Why? You have a money until the settlement date. You can work with your organization works. And if you have inventory holding period is more long lengthy period, you have to plan to minimize the holding period, which is coming under financial accounting. Under working capital management, you will learn that, right? So like that, finally, we have a life cycle cost, and the purpose of classification, we call the target and life cycle costing. What does this mean? Life cycle costing. You, did you learn under, you are learning today E1, ne? Uday Rasa sir, ne? E1 when? E1? Saturday, ne? Right. So now, think mehem, life cycle costing. Life cycle costing, then you have a product life cycle, no? Then did you learn? Not yet, Mangitani. You will learn in future. Product life cycle. We have an introduction level, growth level, maturity level, and the decline. So this is the life cycle of the product. So first you have to do the introduction level. You have to do the more promotions, and then you have to introduce, and then the growth level again. Huh? When you came to the mature level, you know now you came to the top level, but still you are doing the marketing. Why? You don't want to have a decline level. The Apple, see, whenever having they are coming to a particular mature, they are going to do something special, new product launch and all. Why? They don't want to launch decline. The Samsung, other these people, they are following after that. No, why? When they Apple, they got to know right now we are into this mature level, we are close to the decline. We have to introduce a new one. They are coming with a new upgradation and all update and everything and all. Why? Keeping that level. So life cycle costing also we have a target to achieve. This is the target costing plus opportunity cost and all things we are going to consider. So the purpose of classification is the life cycle costing. We have to focus target costing and the life cycle costing whenever you want to upgrade in or increase in or improve in or enhance in the new product or whatever. Product life cycle cost. Purpose is the target costing and the life cycle cost. This is the classifications based on the purpose, based on the cost classifications. Any questions, any clarifications? Any questions, any classifications, any clarifications? Clear? Understood? Sure? Hmm? Ah, right. So now online Kavidi and Sapuni, any questions, any doubts to clarify? You can put the message and you can hold on. Then I can repeat it same thing again. Any questions? Any classifications? Sorry, clarification? Zapuni, Kavidi? No. Okay. Hope you understood. Very good, Kavidi, right? And Sapuni, good. Very good. Right. Now, we are going to, we know other things are know your activity and all. We discuss about that. Indirect cost, overhead cost and everything. So now we are going to focus about the calculation first and then we are going to cover the balance all chapters and all. So here, topic number 2, we have page number 4, traditional cost accounting system. So before that, let me explain one thing. Then after that, we are done with this chapter. Very soon, we are going to finish that chapter as well. So now again, did you remember we discussed about the two cost accounting methods called traditional and modern cost accounting? Traditional and modern cost accounting. So uh, traditional cost accounting method versus modern cost accounting methods. Traditional cost accounting method versus modern cost accounting methods. So under traditional cost accounting method, we are having the two methods to focus. One we call absorption. Absorption. I hope you learned these words, but again we have to touch with that same thing they have mentioned in the syllabus as well. Absorption costing method. Absorption costing method. And then second, we have to focus marginal cost accounting, costing or cost accounting method. So these are the two methods under traditional cost accounting methods. So now in future and after that management accounting, there are two researchers called Kaplan and Cooper, the main two researchers. The Kaplan and Cooper, they found that when it comes to modern management environment, following the absorption and the marginal methods are outdated, which is given the incorrect valuation, which is we call the incorrect method of valuing the cost and everything. We should do something special and match into the modern context. They said, right, absorption costing evolved to ABC under modern cost accounting method. ABC we call activity based costing overheads. They are handling the overheads. And also marginal costing method evolved to the method we call throughput accounting. Throughput accounting. Throughput accounting, which is we call relevant to the modern context, we call TA. We are going to work and learn these calculation in the next few chapters. Until that, I'm going to park all until that. So our scope is now calculation of absorption and marginal costing based profit statement, because we have to focus on that profitability calculation. Hope you learned under foundation. Again, they are requesting that because we are receiving some questions from that. So now we have done with the chapter number 1, topic number 1. Now we are in the topic number 2, page number 4. My virtual participants, you have to turn the page number 4, topic number 2 of your textbook, CIMA P1 textbook. Right. So the whatever I discuss here, they given in the theory. Why the name traditional? Actually, why the name traditional? Because we are going to use here traditional, here modern. Actually, why traditional? Traditional we call historical method, history. Kalin, whatever these things call, any past inefficiencies we are going to focus. But modern is a modern context. That's going to be volatile. We can't say stable. So volatile environment. We should be matched to the volatile environment. This is not matching to this one. That's why the Kaplan and Cooper said, right? We have to evolve to this level. This evolve to ABC. This evolve to throughput accounting. Done. So now what is traditional? Yes, historical reasons. For example, read. These are considered as the oldest methods developed to handle overheads. Very outdated traditional approach you are following to handle the overhead. Second, traditional view taken in relation to the overhead, assuming that all costs are consumed by the volume. Traditional context right? Whatever the activity, whatever the things you have, all the costs we are going to consume by using the volume. Machine hours, labor hours, or a units. But ABC say no, wrong. We will touch later. Then we have two methods called AC, absorption, and the marginal costing. All these things are there. Whatever I explained earlier during the discussion. So prior to that, we are going to focus about the question, the calculation of profit calculation, absorption, and marginal. Prior to that, please copy this chart. Then after that, we are going to start with the calculation to finalize this theory, whatever we discuss. ശരി. ക്ലാസ് കാണാൻ കട്ടിയാട്. ആ ഹലോ. Right. So then we done with that. Let's come to the next page. Page number 8. Topic 3, profit calculation. Because with the calculation, I'm going to cover the topic 2, because topic 2 almost we done with that. With the topic 3, I'm going to cover the topic 2 with the calculation. Right. Because when we are reading theory and theory, it's very boring. Better to do the calculation and then we can absorb the theory knowledge. So here, profit calculations under absorption costing method. Then after that, let's see how it's going to be work with the marginal costing method. Take your CR book out. Now, I hope you all copy this. Can you put the headings called lecture session number 1 and today's date 17th of September 2023. Lecture session number 1, 17th September 2023. Kavindi Sapuni, just to clarify with this, because I just wanted to confirm, did you collect the textbook CIMA P1? Did you collect the CIMA P1 textbook? Kavindi Sapuni, did you collect the CIMA P1 textbook? Not yet, ne? Oh my God. How can you do this now? Do you? I hope you access to the our Google Drive and all. From that, you can use the material. Hari, I hope you guys are using like that. Yes or no? Kavidi Sapuni, yes or no? Then good. Very good. Very good. So, right. Okay. Right. So then now we are going to start with this explanation call. Again, have a heading, profit calculation with the dash and right. absorption costing method. Profit calculation, absorption costing, profit calculation, absorption costing. Right. Before that, tell me, what is absorption costing? What is absorption costing? What is the difference between absorption and the marginal costing method? Actually, absorption costing, we are focusing the full cost of production. සම්පූර්ණ පිරිවැය. නිෂ්පාදනය කරන සම්පූර්ණ පිරිවැය අපි ගණන් ගන්නවා. Profit calculation එකේ. We call full cost of production under absorption cost. What are the full cost of production under absorption costing? Then, for example, before we do anything, we have an absorption costing we call AZ. We call full cost of, it's not visible. Let's say absorption costing, full cost of production. That's the full cost of production or producing whatever production. Right, full cost of production. So now, absorption cost and full cost of production. Right. Now tell me, under full cost of production, what are the main costs we should allocate you to value the production units, you to value the opening inventory, you to value the closing inventory? What are the main full cost per units? We are going to focus under full cost of production in absorption costing method. Any idea? Direct material cost. Direct material cost per unit. Let's say some particular amount. Direct labor cost per unit. Direct labor cost per unit, particular amount. Direct expenses or direct expense cost per unit for the particular amount. And then variable production overheads cost per unit, particular amount. Variable production overheads, cost per unit. And then fixed production overheads cost per unit, which is we call full cost of production per unit. Full cost of production per unit. When it comes to the absorption costing method, under full cost of production, direct material, direct labor, direct expense, variable production overhead, fixed production overhead, we call full cost of production. That's the total full cost of production. Why here we use the under variable overhead and fixed overhead only the production? Then you can raise a question, sir, what about the non-production? Yes. Under absorption costing method, under marginal costing method, whatever the method we have, this is under traditional cost accounting method. The traditional cost accounting, they said all are the traditional historical reason, and also we call the very convenient, they are, we are using under traditional, all are the production overhead, production base. We are not going to touch with the non-production. non-production, either absorption or either marginal costing, we call it as the time period. But some difference is there under marginal costing. But under absorption, all the non-production overheads we call time period cost. Why? You to get the final profit under absorption costing method. All the non-production overhead as the time period cost you may require to remove to get the profits. Therefore, we call variable non-production overheads, fixed non-production overheads. These two we call under absorption costing method. Under absorption costing method, we call time period cost, නැත්නම් periodic cost. Time period cost or periodic cost, which is we call should be removed to calculate net profitability or net profit under absorption costing. AC means absorption cost. Understood? Clear? Can you please copy this chart and this explanation for your knowledge? Then you can with the balance stuff. Can you please copy this? My virtual participants, please copy this down. Any questions, you can raise your message. Then I can help you to sort this out. Right, done? Yes. Okay. So then let's do the calculation relevant to this. Now we should do the computation of profits and absorption costing based on this theory and all. So now we know the approach, how it should work, right? So in the same page number 8, you can see cost calculation of profits under absorption costing. Like financial accounting, we have a format called sales revenue. Cost of sales we may require to remove. Under cost of sales, we have a three main elements called opening inventory, production, and the closing inventory. Then after that, you have the call gross profitability. And here, only difference is under the absorption costing method, we after the gross profitability or gross loss, we have to adjust the under or over absorption. What does this mean? Under or over absorption. The same under or over absorption is explanations are there under topic number 2, but now I'm going to explain that as well prior to the computation. Shall I clean the whiteboard? Yes. So hope my online participants, you wrote with that. Under or over absorption calculation, we have a formula. Prior to we attempt to the question, let's focus on that as well. So like that, we are covering the topics, right? So right. So when you are calculating, so this is not under this one because I want to show this is the topic. Calculation of under O, let's say under O over absorption. We call calculation of under O over absorption. Actually, what is under absorption? What is over absorption? Did you remember? I think you did this computation as well in the CIMA foundation level. Yeah. Did you remember when you are working with the standard costing and variance analysis? Did you remember you calculated one of the variance called fixed overhead total cost variance? Did you remember? Because of that, I'm going to touch, but under variances, we are going to learn in depth, right? So you calculated the total fixed overheads cost variances or variance under CIMA foundation level management accounting. For this, we have a formula called standard fixed or production overheads cost per unit multiplied with actual number of volume, නැත්නම් units, and minus actual total fixed production overheads. This is the formula you learn under CIMA foundation level variance. Same thing we are going to learn one by one. Did you remember that? Instead of using the standard fixed production overhead cost per unit here, we use the now nice looking name called, which is we call standard OAR per unit. Same name for the standard fixed production overhead cost per unit. We can use that standard overhead absorption rate per unit. How to calculate? Total budgeted fixed production overhead divided by total budgeted number of unit produced. That's why we call a unit. Same name. This actual number of production volume mean number of volume you produce as actual result, not the budgeted. Instead of this, we call something called the standard, because budgeted rate multiplied with actual volume, we call the standard, no, not the budgeted, not the actual. No. Once done with that, you are going to remove the actual total fixed cost from here. So here you, whatever the variances you receive, you call adverse or favorable variance. Similar formula here but with a different name. Similar structure. Here, under or absorption we call, under means adverse variance. Over mean favorable variance. The formula is going to be developed like this. Standard overheads absorbed. Let's say standard overhead absorbed, let's say something called $90,000. How it came? Under standard overheads absorbed, there is a formula. Same formula. මෙන්න මේ දෙක. We call standard overhead absorption rate per unit multiplied with actual unit produced. Actual unit produced. Standard OAR per unit into actual volume produced. Same formula, which is similar to this two. This and this same thing. No? Instead of that OAR, you can use the standard fixed production overhead cost per unit into actual volume produced. Into this, we call standard overhead absorb. What does absorb mean? You are going to absorb. Recover, in other words, recover. We can recover or not. So this is the one. So then to get the 90,000, this is the assumption value. Let's say standard OAR per unit is $9. 9 into actual volume, let's say 10,000. Then this into this, we have 90,000. Then from this amount, we have to deduct or less actual fixed production, actual fixed production, overheads, cost, incurred. Actual fixed production overheads, cost incurred, which is we call this 90,000. 90,000. So let's say actual fixed production overhead cost incurred, we have something called 92,000. We have to remove. Then you use this one similar to this, similar name. Then once you're done with the computation, what is your answer? 2,000 minus 2,000. So we are going to write the 2,000 here. We are not going to put the minus sign because this is the under or absorption. We have to say some name here. Then we can nicely classify. This is minus. Your standard overhead absorb is lower than the actual cost incurred. That means you are unable to absorb. You are unable to recover the actual cost incurred. That means this amount is more higher, bigger than the our standard absorb available. So therefore we call under absorb. Aduwen absorb kala. Under absorb we call the name called under absorption. Under absorption. In other words, in this scenario we call adverse variance. Understood? Clear? Can you please quickly copy this down, this chart as well? So we done with the topic 2 as well with the explanation. Right, done. No? Right. So then this is the conclusion of the calculations what we focus now. So now again, read the page number 6. We have after this adjustment, any under absorption, what we need to do? Reduce or add? Less or add? Any under absorption, we have to deduct, no? Over absorption, we have to add it because like a income. Under absorption, we call like a expense, we have to remove. After that, you have to remove the non-production. Now we call total non-production overheads. This we call time period cost. Now periodic cost. What are the under non-production? Fixed non-production overhead and the variable non-production overhead. So this is the format of the absorption costing calculation, profit calculation. Finally, you can get the net profits. So now let's do the question which is relevant to this computation. All of my virtual participants and yeah, my virtual participants, can you please refer the page number 10? Possible OTQ lines. Number 1. Let's do the question quickly under absorption costing, and shall we go for a break for a 30 minutes after that, right? Possible OTQ lines number 1. A company produces the page number 10. Possible OTQ lines number 1. A company produces and sells one product only which sells for $50 per unit. Please underline, highlight. This is the selling price per unit. There were no stocks at the end of the May. Again, highlight. No stocks at the end of the May. And other information is as follow. Standard cost per unit are there. Direct material cost per unit. Direct wages means direct labor cost per unit, and the variable production overhead cost per unit. And finally, they have given the below the budgeted and actual cost per month. Both are the same number. Therefore, we have to remember when you receive the computation details like budgeted and actuals are both as follows, then definitely you can calculate the under or over absorption calculation for the absorption costing. But if they specifically mention prepare the absorption cost in profit statement under budget base, then we can't do this. Why? We have a standard OAR, we can't, or we don't have actual volume, and we don't have this one. Therefore, if the absorption cost in profit statement under budgeting tag, we are not allowed to adjust that because we don't have a information. Budget and actual both are together. Yes, we can do the computation under absorption cost in profit calculation. This is keep this in your mind. Yes, Ayers Utsara is there. Hi, welcome to the CIMA B1, the new joiner. Right. Then after budgeted and actual results, so the cost per month, we have a fixed production overhead cost. This is the total given. 99,000 means budgeted cost also 99,000. Actual results also 99,000. Fixed production overheads. Fixed selling expenses. Actual and budgeted same number. Fixed administration expenses 26,000. They come back. And variable selling expenses, they said 10% of the sales value. What does this mean? First, you have to calculate the sales revenue. From the sales revenue, you have to get the 10%. So, here fixed selling expenses and fixed administrations we call non-production. Fixed production overheads we call the production overhead. Budgeted capacity is 11,000 units per month. This is what is this? This is we call budgeted number of volume produced. They given the capacity volume 11,000. The number of units produced and sold was June and July. June month they have given the sales volume 12,800, production volume 14,000. July they have given the 11,000 and the production volume 10,200. So now I have one question. Then now when you are working with the OAR calculation, calculation of the OAR, are you supposed to use any volume call 10,200 for the July or 14,000 for the June? Are you supposed to use as a budgeted volume when you are calculating the OAR? Are you? My virtual participants also can provide the answer. Sapuni, sorry, Kavini and Ayaz, if possible, you can provide the answer. How you supposed to use the June month production volume or July month production volume for the calculation of overhead absorption rate? Yes or no? No. Yes. Why? Specifically mentioned budgeted capacity is 11,000 per month. So when you are calculating the OAR, 99,000 divided by 11,000. This is our standard OAR per unit. This is like that. So then we read the question, and requirement is there under page number 11. What is the most suitable base to calculate OAR in the above question? Please take the note, possible OTQ line number 1. Requirement number 1, please write the answer for this. What is the most suitable base to calculate OAR in the above question? What is the most suitable base? Budgeted capacity. This is the answer. You can write budgeted capacity. Requirement number 1 answer is budgeted capacity. Budgeted capacity of 11,000 units. This is the answer. Requirement number 2, they are requesting you to calculate the overhead absorption rate using the most suitable method. First of all, write the formula. Overhead absorption rate equal total budgeted production overheads. POH means total budgeted production overheads divided by total budgeted production capacity. OAR, නැත්නම් we call standard OAR equal total budgeted production overheads. We have නැත්නම් we call total budgeted fixed production overheads, which is $99,000 divided by 11,000 units. So answer is $9 per unit. $9 per unit. Done. Hope my virtual participants, you are okay with that. If any doubts and all, let me know, because I hope you are okay with that. Please put the Zoom message using this option, and then we can help you, right? So, right. Done. The requirement number 3. Requirement number 3. They want you to calculate the full costing production costing per unit. How to calculate? We learned that direct material cost per unit plus direct labor cost per unit plus direct expenses per unit plus variable production overhead cost per unit plus fixed production overhead cost per unit. But in this question, we don't have a direct expenses. So we have a, then we can say calculation of full cost of full cost of production per unit. Calculation of full cost of production per unit. Direct material cost per unit, which is we call $18. Direct labor cost per unit, which is they have given like a direct wages, which is we call $4. And direct expenses we don't have, therefore no need to put into here. And the variable production overheads cost per unit, variable production overhead cost per unit, which is $3. And then we calculated the fixed production overheads cost, fixed production overhead cost per unit. Fixed production overhead cost per unit either $9. We calculated that $9. So now tell me what is the total. 18 plus 4, 22. 23, 22 plus 3, 25, 25 plus 9, 34. $34. $34 තියෙනවා. Total full cost of production. We call full cost of production, full cost of production per unit, which is $34. Done and dusted. So this is the answer for the requirement number 3. Done. Understood? Clear? Very clear? Excellent. So my virtual participants, okay? Kavidi, Ayas, let me know. Hope you all are okay. Right. Right. Then the next requirement is requirement number 4. Calculate the variable cost per unit. So now we didn't touch with the marginal costing. Therefore, I'm not going to touch that. Still, we have to finish with the absorption. Us. My God. Really? Shit. Sorry.com. Right. So calculation of variable cost per unit, still we had to hold on because we didn't touch the marginal cost in base because they are asking the both two methods together. Let's do the calculation of number 4, requirement number 4. Sorry, requirement number not 4, it's a 5. Calculate the stock value. Yes. Requirement number 5. Requirement number 5. 4 we had to keep for a few minutes. Yes, Kavidi, good. Calculate stock valuation for month ending 30th June as per the absorption costing method. So they are requesting us to do the June month calculation, not the July month. Therefore, we can do the June month related calculation for this. So I would like to recommend, because the 9, 11 and all, they didn't request the particular month. If you don't mind, my virtual participants and the physical, can you change the all the month ending part, not the June, 31st July. Make it like a 31st July, because only 1 month June is going. It is not a big deal because we can do that. Because July month aata, we can do a lot of calculations. Can you please cut the question number 5, month ending June 30th, cut it and put it some mark and write July 31st. July 31st as per absorption costing. Again, calculate the under or over absorption, and the 7th you have a calculate stock value for the month ending, not the June 30th. July 31st. Again, cut that July 31st as per marginal costing. Then after that, again go below. Requirement number 9, 10, 11, 12. Please put the bracket in front of that. 9, 10, 11, 12. Put the common bracket. Kavidi and my other virtual participants may please put the common bracket in front of the 9, 10 and 11, 12 and put July 31st as at July 31st, because that means we have to calculate OLA as at 31st July. Right, done. Now we are going to do the requirements call. Requirement number 5. Calculate the stock value. Right. And now calculation of the stock value, they are requesting us to calculate the 31st July. No, that means they are requesting us to calculate opening or closing the closing inventory value under absorption costing. We can have a heading called closing inventory value at closing inventory value at absorption costing method. Absorption costing method as at 31st July. As at 31st July. Closing inventory value at absorption costing method as at 31st July. Now tell me, how about my closing inventory stocks units under July month? How much? How about my closing inventory, not the value, closing inventory units? as at 31st July month. As at 31st July. Closing inventory, inventory units as at 31st July. Closing inventory units as at 31st July. 31st July. Yes, we can calculate like that. You all know when you are having the sales volume and production volume, whatever you produce and you are going to sell, the balance we call closing stocks. But here, July month, we can't do like that. Why? You have an opening inventory came from the month of June. Yes or no? Yes. So first we have to classify the opening. The previous month ke June month ke end again a closing inventory become as the opening inventory of the next month. This month closing inventory become as the opening inventory of the next month. Like that, this is moving from period to period. First identify closing inventory, closing inventory in units as at 30th June. Closing inventory as at 30th June. How to calculate? See, June month, because when you are coming to June month, you have a nice hint. They specifically mention there are no opening inventory for the month of June. Eh? No stocks at the end of not opening. No stock at the end of the May. That means we don't have any opening inventory for the month of June. Therefore, we can do closing inventory in units as at 30th June. So no opening inventory. So we can do like that. This is a computation. We produced 14,000 units under June month, and we sold only 12,800 units. What is the difference? 14,000 minus 12,800. 14,000 minus 12,800. Here 1,200. This 1,200 units we call, this is the closing inventory as at 30th June under absorption costing. Then this closing inventory become as the opening inventory of the next month, which is we call month of July. So now we are going to do let's say calculation of total production units as at 31st as at 31st July. Why? We want to calculate the production, total production volume for the as at 31st July. How? You all know last month closing inventory become as opening inventory of this period. Ne? So that's 1,200 plus the particular production volume available for the month of July, 10,200. Then we call how much? 11,200. This is the total production volume as at 31st July. How it came? Closing inventory become as opening inventory, added to the production volume. Then 11,200. Now we call calculation of closing stocks as at 31st July under absorption costing. Now very easy. We have a production volume 11,200 minus sales volume is 11,000 under July month. What is my answer? Which is here. This what is it? Sorry, 10,200. Oh, wait. 10,200, 10,200 plus 1,200 can 11,400. Yes. 11,400 units. So 11,400 minus 11,000, which is we call 400 units. 400 units. This is my closing inventory units as at 31st July. Understood? Clear? Done with that. This is not my final answer. This is not my final answer. So now I want you to calculate not this, we want to calculate the final closing inventory value as at or the value of this 400 units according to the absorption costing method. So how to do? So then this dollar 400, sorry, 400 units, this 400 units need to be multiplied with what? Under absorption, we learned what is the approach? Full cost of production. How much? 400 multiplied with the dollar 34.34 per unit. Why? They are asking us to do the calculate the stock value for the month ending June 30, sorry, July 31st as per the absorption cost in approach. We calculate the closing inventory volume no 400 units. Done. 400 gatta. Then මේ 400 they want to calculate not this, we want calculation of closing stocks value as at 31st July. Value ගන්න මොකද කරන්නේ? Absorption cost එකේ. Full cost of production එකනේ value කරන්නේ. Full cost of production per unit එක 34. මේ 34 එක වැඩි කරනවා 400 units වලින්. 400 into 34 $34 per unit. So we call this into $34. What is my final answer? 400 into 34, which is we call 13,600. This is my answer for question number 5. $13,600. Final closing inventory value as at 31st July in the particular year. Clear? Understood? Clear? Shall we go for a break now? 4:1. So now time is 4:1. 4:1. Let's meet around 4:35. Now 4:35, we are going to start with the next discussion with the questions. Understood clearly? Yes. Take a break now. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to our P1 balance discussion till 6:30 p.m. I hope online Kavidi and yes, online participants, can you hear me? So Kavidi, hope you can hear me. So we discussed the questions up to the question number 6, which is we done the calculation of closing inventory valuation with the approach called absorption costing method and all. So we done with this explanations. So I'm waiting for the physical participants. No one is there. Right? Okay. Yes. Then we'll discuss about the balance discussions right now. Okay. So question number one, possible OTQ is number one, which is we have the requirements call requirement number 5 we completed. Now we are going to do the requirement number 6. Calculate the under or over absorption. So Kavindi, can you please put the message to our Zoom? Hope you can hear me because I just wanted to check that because otherwise, if it is not working, yes, good, perfect. Right. Question possible OTQ line 1, requirement number 6. Requirement number 6. Requirement number 6. We have to calculate under or over absorption as per the requirement under or over absorption. So now we learn with the under or over absorption calculation with the formula. So again, requirement number 6, I'm going to do. Please do this question with me. Requirement number 6, calculation of under or over absorption. Under or over absorption for July 31st. For July 31st. So we learned the formula for under over absorption, which is we call standard overheads absorbed. Standard overhead absorbed. We can calculate this by using the formula called standard overhead absorption rate multiplied with the actual activity level, which is we call actual volume, number of units actually produced. Then you can get the standard overhead absorbed here. So standard OAR, which is already calculated, $9. 9 multiplied with actual activity level, which is we call, yes, it's okay. I didn't go that much detail now. We are in the requirement number 6. One of my friend, you can wicket dengue. Ah, one of my friend already put the WhatsApp status. Congratulations, Team India, with the that trophy. I don't know what happened. Nah, they have some kind of Bangladesh එකටත් ගහලා ඉන්දියාව බංගලාදේශයට පෙරදුනා. So at least they had to do something. I mean, back කරන්න බෑ කියන්නේ. බුදුම මොකක් හරි ඔතන තියෙන something. මේක මිකුල්ලා මැච් එක. something else. නැත්තම් what is this? 12 වලට ලකුණු 12ට විකට යනවා කියන්නේ බුදුම ඉතිහාසය දැකපු කවුරුත් කොහොම කළේ නැහැ. ඈ? ඒක තමයි. ඒක තමයි. ඉතින් see අනේ මන්ද මාර මැච් එක. අප්පු මට කලකිරන එක දැකලා that's why I didn't stay here. I came. අප්පු. Now, one of my friends also suggested, shall we go? Cricket match are different, like a volatile. I don't want to stop my lecturing and all, and this is another loss. And students also this Thursday. So you go. I will get the update here. Now this is the update. No need to worry about. If I went there, I had to regret. ටිකක් shape. ඒ මන් දන්නේ. බැට් කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මෙසිට අද බැටින්ම කෙලින්ම අරගෙන. ඒත් මේ වගේ මැච් එකක් මම දැක්කේ නෑ. ඕකනම් ඔව් කියලා වැඩක් නෑ. චි. ආයි නා. ඔව්. Right. Requirement number 6 we started to do මේ under or over absorption calculation as at 31st July according to the formula. So we have a formula for that standard overhead absorb, standard OAR into actual activity level. So here we have actual activity level for the month of July. Here as an actual output, we are going to take production volume under month of July, which is 10,200. So actual volume is 10,200. By this question, they specifically mention all the informations are budgeted and actual. Therefore, this is the same number. So under July month, we have actual volume called 10,200. OAR is 9. So 9 into 10,200. Then we have a 10,200 into 9, which is we call 91,800. 91,800. It is called standard overhead absorb 91,800. Right. Then after we had to deduct or less or deduct actual fixed production overheads. We had to deduct the actual fixed production overheads. So already we have a same number, which is 99,000. Budgeted and actual both are the same. So we can use a 99,000 as our actual fixed production overheads for this computation. So we will get the number called 91,800 minus 99,000. 7,200 minus, but I'm not going to put the minus here because we have to write in front of that. Standard overhead absorbed or recovered is very low than the actual fixed cost incurred. So that means we cannot recover, we cannot absorb the actual cost, which is we call under absorption. So we call under absorption. Under absorption. Right, 7,200. Done with the requirement number 6 as well. Done. Right. Okay. So then now, requirement number 7 is there. Calculate the stock value of month ending July 31st marginal cost. Because still we are not touched with the marginal costing approach. Leave it for a few minutes because question number 4 and the 7 we had to keep for a few minutes. And the state whether following statements are true or false. Here variable cost related things also there. Therefore, this 8th one also we had to leave it for a few minutes until we complete the absorption costing basis. And then come to the requirement number 9. My virtual participant also can focus 9th requirement, calculate the profit for the period using absorption costing. Now we can calculate the absorption costing profit based on the calculated figure. So now you can write the draw the format, which is profit calculation at some profit statement under absorption costing. Profit statement, absorption costing. Profit statement under absorption costing. Absorption costing. Profit statement, absorption costing. Right. Okay. Then this is we call month of July. So put the July something closer to that month of July. Here we have a sales revenue. Sales revenue. This is the format sales revenue. Then first I will write the format. After sales revenue, we have to have a and the next one called we have to deduct the cost of sales, which is we call in within bracket full cost of production, full cost of production, cost of sales or full cost of production done. Under that, according to the format, we have a opening, we have to write record opening stocks. But for when you are doing the numbers, we can focus. And then we have to have a production, the next level, next one. And then deduct again, what is that? Closing stocks. Similar to the financial statement you prepared under financial accounting. Closing stocks. Right. Then after that, we have a, we know gross profit or gross loss, but we can write here gross profit. Gross profit. Gross profit. Then after that, we have to adjust. That means add or deduct under or over absorption. Under or over absorption. We already calculated that also. After that, we have to remove, deduct, we call less total non-production overheads, which is we call fixed non-production overhead, variable non-production overhead. We can have a something like that. At the end, we have to have a net profit, net profitability, or net profit or net loss. This is the format prior to we put the data into the structure. So now one by one, we can fill the blanks. Sales revenue, which is not given straight away, but they gave the selling price per unit. And the month of July, sales volume, 11,000 into $50. So we can write in front of that, $50 multiplied with the 11,000 sales volume, which is we call 550,000. We can put in here, put under this line. $550,000. This is sales revenue. The India support. Opening stocks. We have opening stocks, which is, I guess, 14,000 minus 12,800. We have 1,200. 1,200 is the stocks called opening. We have a under full cost of production. We learned we had to use the full cost of production per unit, which is 34 multiplied with the $34 into 1,200. 34 into 1,200, we have value called 40,800. Don't put this under here, just put in here. Then finally we can put into the second column to get the gross profit or loss. So 40,800 done. And production, we have a month of July, which is 10,200. 10,200 production volume multiplied with the $34 once again. Why? Under absorption costing, we are following the full cost of production method. 10,200 into 34, which is we call 346,800. 346,800. And then closing stocks, we have 400, which is we already calculated under requirement. Now, one of the requirement, 400 into 34, again, full cost of production. So 400 into 34, which is we call 13,600. 13,600 within bracket, we call minus. Why? We had to remove the this one called closing stocks from the this particular amount, because we had to remove the cost of closing inventory from the cost of sales. So whatever the stocks we sold, we are going to consider. So 40,800 plus 346,800 minus 13,600, which is we call 374,000. 374,000, which is we call minus sign cost of sales total value. So from that 550,000 is there, 374,000 you can remove, then you will get the 176,000. 176,000, which is we call gross profitability under absorption costing method. So now I remember we did the computation for the under or over absorption. We received under that the working under that 7,200 under absorption. So which is under absorption we call minus 7,200. Minus 7,200. So then after that we can receive 176,000 minus 7,200, which is we call 168,800. 168,800. So non-production overhead costs are there. So here they specifically mention two fixed non-production overheads plus one variable non-production overhead. So first I'm going to use total fixed non-production overheads. Total fixed non-production overheads. We have a fixed selling expenses 14,000 plus, and the 26,000, which is we call fixed administration. Sorry, fixed selling expenses. So fixed administration. Yeah, 14,000 plus 26,000, which is we call 40,000. We had to remove from the this available amount, because 40,000 minus because time period cost. And then we have to have a total variable non-production overheads, which is again they call the 10% of sales revenue. Our sales revenue is a 550,000. 550,000 into 10%, which is we call 55,000 minus 55,000. Right. So this is done. And finally, we have a net profitability under absorption costing. 168,800 minus 40,000 and minus 55,000, which is we call 73,800. 73,800 done and dusted under profitability calculation under absorption constraint for month of July. Done. This is the requirement number 9. Requirement number 9. We calculated requirement number 9. Any questions from this calculation? You can raise your message for that. Abhidi, if you don't have questions, it's not a problem. So hope it's very easy, nothing to worry about that. Abhidi, did you are you a full CIMA student from Achievers, or did you come from outside institute? Kavidi, did you come from some another institute, or are you CIMA foundation student at Achievers? You came from outside or former student, CIMA foundation student, same Achievers, right? Achievers student, right? Earlier you Achievers? Yes, yes, yes. Right. Okay. Kavindi. Mm. Good, good. So hope you also have to complete the balance foundation exams, right? So I can advise you, please first start from the management accounting module from the foundation because P1 also we are again focusing with the similar things, then it will be easy for you to pass your foundation management accounting exam because of the CIMA P1. So start studying with the CIMA management accounting from your foundation level. And then and there you can focus with the other modules. So don't, my advice is to all the CIMA students, operation level, if you started to, yes, good. If you started the CIMA journey with the hope, because of any single reason, please don't postpone. Because I just want to talk to the people who decided to not to do this time after the exams and all, which is not, I mean, time taking, but sometimes you can manage. But I'm not recommending that here or whatever. Anyway, through the flow without taking the break time. Because majority, when I doing it my CIMA earlier, we had a different people, my friends and all, they are working in the banks and all. Still, you are not working. It's good because I also started few levels. Then after that, I started to working and all. But if you are working, that also not a problem because then you can collect the experience. That's good because then you can fund the money for your exams as well because you can take some particular money from your job. Not that much because I know that because you can't earn that much. So better do like that. But anyway, somehow finish the CIMA with the same structure because taking break means you are not going to finish. Because I had a few friends, still they didn't complete the CIMA. After that, they stopped with the CIMA. A few bankers, when I work in doing the CIMA earlier, they said banking works එක කරන්න බෑ. අනේ මට පොඩ්ඩක් break එකක් ගන්න පස්සේ පටන් ගන්නවා. අං ඔය ඇයි කියලා exam හිතනවා ඒ දවස්වල මම exam කළත් නෑ මම ඊළඟ level එකට touch කරලා. මේ CIMA journey එක like that. No one can't do like that. මම ෆවුන්ඩේෂන් එක ඉවර කළා අපි ඔපරේෂන් ලෙවල් ඉඳ ගන්නකොට පේපර් බේස් එක සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් ඕටික මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් ඉවර නැහැ පටන් ගත්තා. හැබැයි අපි දන්න ටාගට් එකක් තියෙන ඉවර කරගන්න ඕන. ටක් ටක් ගාලා සේෆ් ස්ටඩි කරලා නිදි මරාගෙන පාඩම් කරලා ඉවර කරා. එනවා ඒක ඉවර වෙනකොටම හුස්ම ගන්න නැහැ. ඔන්න ඔපරේෂන් ලෙවල් එක්සෑම් එකට රෙජිස්ටර් වෙන්න කියනවා. ඒතර පේපර් බේස් we had to go to the what is that called මෙහි SLECC ඔය ලේක් හවුස් එක ගා ලොකු හෝල් එකක් තියෙනවා. බුදුන් මේ හෙන්න සීමා හෝල් එකක් එක්සෑම් يعني ඔපරේෂන් ලෙවල් තිබි මෙහෙම හෙන ලොකු queue එකක් තියෙනවා. queue හෙන ගොඩක්. එදාට මං හිතන්නේ අනිත් levels වල ළමයිනුත් ලියනවා. management strategy level ඒගොල්ලෝ. සමහර අය දැන් ඒ කාලේ අපිට option එකක් තිබ්බ සීමා ඔපරේෂන් level දැන් කරන ගමන් ඔපරේෂන් level එකේ P1 එකයි P2 එකයි F1 එකයි F2 එකයි. පුළුවන් නම් subject 6ම කරන්න පුළුවන් එකට. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. case studyත් නැහැ. ගොඩක් මගේ යාළුවෝ උදේත් exam හවසත් උදේ සීමා ඔපරේෂන් level හවස management level. එහෙම ගියා. මමත් මං හිතන්නේ කළාද කොහෙද P1 F1 E1 එකත් එක්ක P2 ද කොහෙද කළා. හරි අමාරු එක. බොහොම අමාරුවෙන් ඒක මං දැන් කරගත්තා. ඔව් කරගත්තා. ලොකු මාක්ස් ගන්න නැහැ සාමාන්‍ය ෂේප් එක කොට දාගත්තා. ඉතින් එතකොට ඒ ටච් එකෙම ගියා. හරිම හෙඩෙක්. මාර අමාරු වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන්ද ඉවර ගන්න නැත්තම් මේක ඇද්දි යනකොට ටික කාලයක් ඇද්දි අපිට ක්වොලිෆිකේෂන් එකත් එපා වෙනවා. සමහරට අපිට මතක නැහැ. So then again what we are going to do ආයි සැරයක් කොහේ හරි ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකක් හරි මේ හරි කොහේ හරි ආයි සල්ලි ගලා ආයි join වෙනවා. So time consuming එක you are spending the more money as because course fee also very high no and then you sometimes the examination I mean Pearson they will I mean CIMA they will increase the rate for particular subject rate as well. So that is the loss. So better anyways yes we have challenges focus on this and start because still you don't have other commitments. I mean for example you are not married you are don't have any other kind of the qualifications to focus. මම ඒ කාලේ තව එකකුත් කරන ගමන් HR මුත් කළා. කොට I had to focus on their assignments as well. ඒතර job එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ තිබ්බ හරිම අමාරුයි. But if you are focusing on only one qualification with the job, yes you can manage. ඒක හරි easy. If you have a tight schedule at the working place, yes you can manage because after work come to home and this phone is a major huge problem. That is a time consuming part. If you after working, because one online people also can community also can get some idea from that because if you are using this mobile phone after work without being knowing we are used to that. ටිකක් වෙලා යනකොට පොඩ්ඩක් පුටු වෙනවා FB එකේ ඉනවා chat එකක් දාන්න. ඔහොම දැන් කනවා කාලා වුණාට පස්සේ නිදිමතයි. දැන් මොකද කරන්නේ? ඇඳට බෙඩ් එකට ගිහිල්ලා පොඩ්ඩක් මෙහෙම ඇලවෙලා we are using this and ඔක්කො සින්දුවක් අහන එක මොකක් කරේ මූවි එක බලනවා. ඔහොම යනකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? ටිකක් වෙලා යනකොට try වෙලා. ඔන්න දැන් නිදිමතයි. You are putting in somewhere and you are sleeping. After work, once you come to the home and all, then take a small kind of meal. I mean, tea එකක් බීලා පොඩි ක්‍රීම් එකක් එකක් නැත්තම් ඔෆිස් එකේ ඔය සැලරි හම්බුනම පොඩි ක්‍රීම් එකක් බිස්කට් ටිකක් ගෙනත් තියාගෙන වාට කන්න. I did like that. After work, because very tired නේ බස් එකේ එන්නේ. මම බස් එකෙත් ඇවිල්ලා පයින්නුත් ආවා ඒ දවස්වල. මට මාර මහන්සි කකුල් ඉවරයි. සමහරවිට බස් එක කියන්නේ this is very tough time. So I walk some few halt and then after I have to get the bus in my when I එතකොට මං හිටියේ අපි හිටියේ මගේ අම්මගේ තාත්තේ මහා ගෙවල් මෙහෙ තිබ්බේ මේ කොහෙද it's called හංවැල්ල පැත්ත හංවැල්ල කියන්නේ very far. So බස් එක ගත්තොත් 143 නැත්තම් කොල්ලුපිටියට යන කොල්ලුපිටියේ ක්ලාස් එකට ගියේ එන 177 ගිහිල්ලා කඩුවෙලෙන් බහැලා after that I have to get another one called 143 bus then I have to go like that. එතනින් බහැලා ටික පයින් යන්නත් ඕනේ. very difficult. රෑ වෙලා කොහොමද යන්නේ? ක්ලාසස් හවස තිබ්බොත් සමහරවිට රෑ 10යි ගෙදර යනකොට. Then after that if I eat something where I know I have to sleep. That is because tired එකයි කෑමම මේ පාර්ට් එක වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ. මෙයාට ලේ යනවා අඩුයි brain එකට. එයා කියන්නේ දැන් නිදා ගන්න. So like this. What I did first 2 days I happen as I saw that this coming going colors and coming things and are not going to be work. I should do some different change කියලා I had a Nestamol type Viva වගේ එකක් with a 2 cream cracker. Once I go home and then have a shower and then drink that, take the 2 cream cracker and done. And take no need to have a 3, 4, 5 hours to study. Minimum 2 hours, maximum and minimum 2 hours ගන්න. ඔය 2 hours එකේ form 1 එක mobile එක කරදරයි නම් ගෙදර අයටත් කියන්නේ මම පොඩ්ඩක් පාඩම් කරනවා don't start මේ පදේකට කියන්නේ මේ අර distract කරන්න එපා. So TV තියෙනවනේ පොඩ්ඩක් එතනින් ඈත් වෙලා ඒක TV අහන්න ගිහලා හරි 2 hours හොඳට phone එක off කරන්න. දන්න කියන කට්ටියද ඉන්නවනම් 2 hours මම යනකම් phone එක off කරනවා මේ කියලා inform them. නැත්නම් they because you know who are the people no inform them and then switch off and keep somewhere මේක දිහා පේන්නත් නැතිනකින් තියන්න. I put this into the somewhere called my mother's or another room and then study room okay I didn't use any what is that called me digital any digital equipment laptop එකකට use කරන්නේ නැහැ පොත විතරමයි බලන්නේ ඔය laptop එකකට අපි කොහොම හරි wifi එක connect කරලා IFB එක යනවා මොකක් හරි කරනවා this is the way කොහොම කරන්නේ continuously minimum 3 weeks 4 weeks යනකොට 1 month ගියාම you are used to that automatically you become a normally switch off I had to study 2 hours පාඩම් කරලා then after that take a heavy meal no problem then after නිදාගත්තා no problem why you did something ඔහොම කරලා බලන්න මාසයක් ඇදී you are going to be comfortable with that then you can do the final exams for the CIMA and all ඕක කොච්චර පිරුදුනේ නැත්නම් whatever we did whatever plans we have we can't achieve 2 hours අරන් කරන්න ටික වැඩි ඕනේ මුල් ටික පැය එකමාරක් ගන්න එක්ක ටික පැය ගන්න වැඩි කරන්න maximum 3 hours යන ඉතින් යන්න කොහොමද එපා 2 hours හොඳටම ඇති per day if you have a holiday වගේ තිබ්බ කියන්නේ කොහොමද නිමාඩුවක් පොයි දවසක වගේ අපි lectures දාලා දැම්මොත් වෙනම දෙයක් but if it is not there something like that you can have a nice study hours like a 5 hours 6 hours continuously put a break ගන්නවා වැඩ කරනවා so then nothing and also when you are studying with that don't study the same subject long hours otherwise you will feel very boring maximum 2 hours one subject again change the subject and study the another but you have to have a plan called one subject to finish ne එතකොට you have to work with that එතකොට ඒකෙන්ද 2 hours යනවා stop කරනවා questions practice කරනවා පොඩ්ඩක් එළියට ගිහින් again I study කරන area එක do like that there's another method also because I will tell you the study tips because my online community also there are other joiners also can listen first today if possible go home today you have to you are done with the foundation finish no all done no you have to do the operation you are lucky now you have to focus on others foundation people go home and you have a 4 subject subject number 1 what is that called BA1 BA2 3 is BA3 ne and the BA4 ne BA4 fourth one is BA4 this is මං හිතන්නේ මේක ඇවිල්ලා මේ අපේ ඉකොන් එකනේ BA1 එක economics එක and මේ BA2 කියන්නේ MA එකනේ. BA3 කියන්නේ FA එක. This is the law. So when you go home today, start from today, please bring the 4 sheet. 4 A4 sheets. 4 A4 sheets. Make a very proven success method because we had to finish CIMA foundation level as soon as possible to do the operation level. Make a memo smooth at the class, learn and do it because you are in that class. Now main focus is these 4 subjects because I think you already paid the money as well for the exam fees. Not yet, but then fine. So then first take the that A4 sheet, one A4 sheet for the BA1, second for the BA2, BA3 and the BA4 and write all the contents relevant to this economic subject. All the contents, content number 1 to at the end when I come all the contents right. Same here, BA2 also full content, BA3 full content, BA4 full content. Now see how is we are comfortable, නැත්නම් familiarity or convenient of that page for the each relevant chapters. To be honest, let's say no any familiarity for the any contents of the each subject. That means you have to study. Take a red color pen. Take a red color pen and mark. You you are right. Take the red color pen and because you are not comfortable with all the chapters under this, put the cross mark, put the cross mark, put the cross mark. Red color වලින් දාන්න එක line එකක් තෝර කරගෙන. දැම්ම cross mark. Now you are not comfortable. Oh my God, really? What happened? Huh? මං කියන්නේ 50 ලකුණු වලට all out නේ. This is the month. I think the cricket history. We didn't see something like that, no? මේගොල්ලෝ දෙන්නේ huh? 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 Hmm. Sorry.com නේ අපරාධනේ. අයියෝ. තිබ්බර මොකක්ද එක නැතිලා යනවා අය. නේ අර තිබ්බනේ පොඩි ගැම්මක්. අයියෝ අපරාධේ. ෂිට්. අම්මෝ මං ඔන්න ඕක එපා වුණේ මට ඒ දවස් ක්‍රිකට් මං ඉස්සර හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් ෆීල්ස් එක A level කරන කාලේ මං 2011 A level කරන කාලේ 2011 A level වලට කලින් ලං කරලා තිබ්බ වර්ල්ඩ් කප් මැච් එකක්. මට මතකයි කුමාර සංගක්කාර කැප්ටන් මහේල ජයවර්ධන හිටියා. ඒක ප්‍රධාන වර්ල්ඩ් කප් මැච් එක. මාර ආසයි මොකද අන්තිම නාවනේ අපි ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාත් එක්ක දාමේ මං හිතන්නේ කො ඉන්දියාත් එක්ක. එදා අපිට රොටරි සක්‍යාකේ උදේ ක්ලාස් තිබිලා ඉවර වෙලා රොටරිගේ හවස accounts ක්ලාස් තිබ්බා. ගෙදරට බොරුවක් කිව්වා ක්ලාස් කැන්සල් කියලා සර් නෑ කියලා. ඔක්කොම කට්ටිය ගියා මමත් කැන්සල් කියලා ටක් ගාලා ගෙදර ආවා. මොකද ගෙදර බලන්නේ. එළියට කියලා බලන්නේ නෑ. ඉතින් ගෙදර එනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ අත ක්ලාස් නෑ ක්ලාස් එක කැන්සල් මේ මැච් එකකින් දෙන්නද කියලා ගියා. අනේ මගේ ඉතිහාසෙ මං ක්ලාස් එක කැන්සල් කරලා ගිය එකම දවස උණ හැදිලා ක්ලාස් ගිහින් දිනා. Because of this I wanted to be there. වෙලාව ටක් ගාලා උඩින් ආයෙ හිටගෙන යන බස් වල එල්ලිලා ආවේ. එහෙමයි ගියේ. මැච් එක වැරදුනා ඒකේ. මට එදායින් පස්සේ එදා 2011 ඒ කාලේ එච්ච ඒ ෂොක් එකට අද වෙනකම් මැච් වලට මෙතනින් මෙහාට මගේ ටයිම් එකක් මං යොදවන්නේ නැත කියලා හිතාගත්තා. දැන් මේක වීකෙන් එනකොට යාළුවෙක් කිව්වා මේ සැරේ මැච් එක එහෙම නෑ යන් let's go. මං කිව්වා I don't like that. I have a bad experience. ඒක මගේ ඒ ලෙවල් විභාගයේ ඔන්න මෙන්න තියෙන කාලේ වෙච්ච එක. ක්ලාස් එකට ළමයි එදාට හිටියේ ගෑනු ළමයි තුන් දෙනා දෙක කොල්ලෝ ඔක්කොම ගියා මං හිතන්නේ ක්ලාස් තිබ්බා. That is the අපරාධයක්. That's why cricket this is make a marker something went wrong. නැත්තම් මෙහෙම ලකුණු 50ට මොකක් හරි කරලා තියෙනවා. එක මැච් එක විකුණලා. රටත් අමාරුවෙන් යන්නේ නෑ. කියන්න බෑ. ඔය මැච් එක විකුණලා. see මොකද මොකක් හරි කියලා මොකක් හරි මේ අපි මෙච්චර දෙන්නම් කරන්න කියලා කිව්වොත් දන්නේ අපේ රටේ උක නේද අපේ රටේ හැමදේම එහෙමනේ අයි දන්නවනේ කවුද අර ඉවරනේ අර හොඳින් අකමැත්තෙන් ඔය කියන්නේ නැති මැච් එක අතල්ලා දාන්න කියලා. නැත්නම් ලකුණු 50කට අඩුම ගානේ පරදිනවා නම් පරදින එක පරදින්න ලකුණු 150ක් ගහලා. ඒක තමයි කියන්නේ. පාකිස්තානට ගැහුවා. බංගලාදේශ ඒක තේරෙනවනේ. මේකල ඉන්දියා බංගලාදේශ කරනවා. ඒක තමයි කියන්නේ. Not because of they did something. ඒක නැච් එක තමයි. මේක බැරි කමකට 50ක් ගහන්න ඕනේ 150ක් ගාලා පරදිනවා නේද? දැන් ලකුණු 50 අරුන් 10 එකෙන් 10 පස ගහලා. ආයි නෑ. මැච් එක ඉවරයි ඩක්කලා කොහමද දැන් වෙලා කීයද? 6:30 වෙනකොට මැච් එකත් ඉවරලාදී. ඔප්පු. අයියෝ සාමාන්‍ය ආර් ප්‍රේමදාස ක්‍රීඩාංගනේ මැච් එක පරදින්නේ නැහැ දේසි. right? ඔය කෙත්තාරාම කියන්නේ මැච් පරදින්නේ නැති ප්ලේස් එක. it is a normal thing. I don't know politically තියෙනවනේ එක එක සීන් වගේක් ඔය ප්‍රේමදාස කියන ඒ වයි ඔක්කොම එක දන්නේ නැහැ. ওই මැච් එක කේස් එක something නැත්තම් මේ මිනිසුන්ට බැරිකම නෙමෙයි. ඔක හොඳ නැහැ ওই වැඩේ. ඒක තමයි ස්වාධීන වෙන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රිකට් බෝඩ් එක. නැත්තම් අමාරුයි. අපේ රටේ අරුන්ට ගහනවනේ වෙ ගියොත් ඔය ඉන්දියාව කියන එක වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකවල අන්තිමට ගෙන්න ගන්න අරක. හරිම අමාරු මිනිස්සු જાතියක්. බලන්න අපිට ඔඩියන්ස් එක තිබිලානේ පෙරදුනේ. කොච්චර ඔඩියන්ස් මිනිස්සු පිරිලා දැක්කනේ. ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් සපෝට් එක. see දැන් පිටරටක් ගහද්දී නම් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් සපෝට් එකක් නැහැ. ඉන්දියාව දැක්කනේ පිරිනා මුන් ගහනවා කොහමද? ඒක තමයි. see shit. ආපු රෑඩන්නේ ওই මැච්. අපි එක අතකින් දිනු මේක හරි කරගත්තා මේ මැච් එක. නැත්තම් ගියා නම් මේකක් නැහැ. Right. So this after that, yes, I was this middle of the discussion. I think Kavidi can. I hope Kavidi is watching the cricket match. If not, because we are having some discussion about the cricket, Sri Lankan cricket. So then this four subject. Then now you are not comfortable with each content. Mark as a one line cross red color crosses. That means you have to focus on. Then first focus on that. මේක නෙමෙයි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම පටන් ගමු MA. First take the MA module out. මේ තුන පැත්තකින් තියන්න. හරි? තියලා this one relevant to this module first check the your study notes and tudes and everything are completed or not. If it is not there, within 2 to 3 days, please make sure to complete the notes. Finish. Any calculations, questions, practice tudes and all the e-learning, whatever, all take into the closer to your study room and study place. And then start with the each chapter wise. Don't take long time because better to do mehema. Take the maximum 1 week. 1 week yani 7 days. 7 days to do the all coverage of chapters. I think make a full bahalama karana 1 week within chapters okkama. Once you are doing with the all chapters with the 7 days, then for example, the day 1 කියන්නකෝ record day 1 කොච්චර chapters කළාද? එදාට target කරන chapter එක somehow you have to study finish and go, you have to go for the bed. නැත්තම් නිදා ගන්නත් එපා. First chapter once you are doing with the chapter relevant to that each chapter or the area, please do the questions, practice the question. Then you can ignore the boring and everything. So take a break, do this question, again come to the lesson. Like that, continue. Somehow within 1 week, finish the all chapters relevant to that and the practice questions. Leave it. Now you take the one of the mock paper, physical paper or whatever, and do it. Check the your capability to final exam. Then after 1 week කියන්නේ second week එකේ first or second day වෙදි කරලා බලන්න. ඒකත් comfortable, you got something called relevant to 70 marks කියනකො 70 marks ආවා. Then we have achievers computer center, they are having the mock exams and all. Then you come and ask them to schedule a mock exam to practice. ඒකත් if you got something called minimum 60% to 70%, then you are okay with that. Book the exam and go for the home. And you know the date, a date long date ගන්න එපා. Few days, okay, 5 days gap එකක් තියලා ගන්න. Then now you know exact time to do. Again go home and do the second reading. Now this is 1 week we did. Now we don't have time. very quick reading with the quick practices. That means the whatever the questions you did, refer the answer and do that. Like that, go fast way, finish it off, and go for the final exam and do it. Definitely you can pass. Same approach you can follow for the FA as well. The next one. This is the first. FA is the second. And third, you have to do the law, similar to that. This law subject and the economic subjects are not comfortable with these two now. First, you have to focus on the law theory subject. Maximum take the 2 weeks to study. Because otherwise, if you are not doing it today onwards, you don't have a time. Because operation exam, because I mean, when this operation level class schedules are going to be finished on next week, when January or February? I guess January, ne? Hmm? January. So that means you have some particular few periods. So එතකොට yeah. So you have to finish as soon as possible. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ December වෙනකොට ඉවර කරගන්න ඕනේ OTQs ටික foundation. Oh not December, November විදිහට ඉවර කරගන්න වෙනවා. So make a focus කරන්න more. Make it 2 weeks වගේ maximum දෙන්න 2 weeks. And do same thing relevant to that because this is theory questions. They can, questions pattern is very different. Whatever theories are there, the questions is asked in different way. The students are taking some time to set fix with the issue. Therefore, focus on that and complete. And then come to the economics and do the same thing. You are automatically done with the CIMA foundation. CIMA foundation level exam without any hesitate. Done and dusted. So when you are doing with the operation level, yes, follow the same structure. Why? Still you are learning day-to-day working. Other than the other kala. Once we done with the syllabus coverage, take the few time and finish as soon as possible based on that. No problem. This is the method we use. Currently, I'm also using for my other studies. Very worth. We can work with that. ඕනෙලා කරන්න පුළුවන් මේගොල්ලන්ගේ අම්මාර නැත්නම් පසින්දුර කතා කළා නම් they will help you to address. CIMA foundation level ඒ කාලේ අපේ ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකේ මේ අපිට එන්රෝල් වෙනකොට UK registration එක යනවනේ. UK registration යනකොට අපිට ඒ කාලේ කිව්වා මේ UK registration එක කරද්දී exam fee එක සැරේම subject හතරම ගෙව්වොත් මෙච්චර discount එකක් හම්බ වෙනවා කියලා. ඒ කාලේ හම්බුණා. අපි එක සැරේ ගෙව්වා. ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් through තමයි ගෙව්වේ. better මෙහෙ through ගෙවුවා නම් හරිය. මොකද අපි ගෙදරින් කාඩ් එකකින් pay කරද්දී ඕක sure නෑ. ආ. හ්ම්. ආ. ආ. ආහා. හ්ම්. හ්ම්. ආහා. දැන් වෙබ්සයිට් එක ඕකේ අලුත් වෙලා ඒගොල්ලෝ AICPN CIMA කියලා account එක වෙනස් වුණා. දැන් email address එක ගහලා password එක ගහලා තමයි CIMA account එක log වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ. අන්න. එහෙම යන්නේ. ඒක අර students අපේ කරපු exam පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ නේද? ඒක කොතනද පෙන්නන්නේ? පාස් න විතරක් පෙන්නනනේ. square. හ්ම්. හ්ම්. ඔයා හොඳම දේ අල්තාෆ් සර්ට කතා කරන්න. අල්තාෆ් සර්ට මේ ඉෂුව එක කියන්න. දැන් නම් සර් නෑනේ අල්තාෆ් සර් මැච් එක බලන්න. අසාඩ් සර් ගියා මැච් එක බලන්න ඔය දැන්. නෑ මං හිතන්නේ ගෙදර නේද? ඈ? ඒක තමයි මේ මාත් දැනගත්තා මේ කිව්ව 50ට අවුට් කියලා. මොකක්ද දන්නේ මේ මැච් එක විකුණලා ඇතිනේ. නැත්තම් නම් ඔය බැරිකමර නෙමෙයි. 50ක් අහලා වෙන්නේ ගැහුවාගෙන මේ ඔයා ඒක අල්තාෆ්ස්ගෙන් අහන්න නැත්තම් මේගොල්ලෝ දන්නව ඔය එක්සෑම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ UK එක්සෑම් කොහොමද රෙජිස්ටර් වුනේ මේ CIMA ෆවුන්ඩේෂන් ලෙවල් හ්ම් 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 දැන් වෙබ්සයිට් එක නම් හරි නේද? ඔව්. කරන්න දුන්නේ නැහැ නේ. ඒක තමයි. දැන් හරි. ඔය දැන් පොඩක් ආයෙ චෙක් කරන්න. අමාරුට නැත්තම් කවුද මෙහෙ වෙනම කන්ටැක්ට් කරන් තියෙන්නේ ඒවස් රිලේටඩ් එක්සෑම්? නාරයන් පිට ඒගොල්ලෝ වහලා නේද ඩිවිෂන් එක තාම? දැන් අරද? මං හිතන්නේ හොඳම සර් එක නා ආල්ටම් සර්. සර්ට එකෙන් කතා කරලා ඔයා පර්සනලි සර්. ඔව් ඔයා අද නෑ නේ අපරාධ සර් උදේ හිටියා. ෂී අපරාධේ. ඔයාට වීක් ඩේස් වල එන්නේ නෑනේ. ආයි නෙක්ස්ට් වීක් සැටර්ඩේ එනවනේ. එදාට සර් ඉන්නවා. සර්ට ඔය කතාව කියන්න. මොකද නැත්තම් ඔව් ඔව් ඔයා පොඩ්ඩක් try අද ගිහලා බලන්න try කරලා ලොග් කරලා පුළුවන් නම් ඔව් ඔව් එපා 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 ලේසි ගානක් නෙමෙයි මේ දවස්වල මම නම් කියන්නේ පේමන්ට් එක ගෙවද්දිත් මෙහෙට ඇවිල්ලා හරි දන්න කෙනෙක්ට කියලා කරගත්තා හරි මොකද මේගොල්ලෝ කරනවනේ මේගොල්ලන් ඒ කියන්නේ මේ කොහොමද ඒකනේ ඔය එහෙම කරන්න මොකද නේද ඔය ලොකු ගණන් රිස්ක් එක ඔව් මේ මාත් ওই කාලේ ඒ කාලේ කලේ නැහැ ඔව් දැන් තාම ෆස්ට් එකනේ ඔව් මේ කියන්නේ මේගොල්ලෝ එහෙම පේමන්ට් මේගොල්ලෝ ඇඩිෂනල් පේමන්ට් එකක් ගන්න නැහැ මේගොල්ලෝ අර අපිට උදව්වක් විදිහට කරලා දෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ අපි කරන සිස්ටම් එක නෑ ඒගොල්ලෝ account එක log කරලා කරන්නේ. අර ඔයාට confident වෙනවා මේගොල්ලෝ කරන මනත් ඔය වැඩේ කරලා දෙනවා. Better to do like that. check කරලා බලන්න. ඔව් ඔව් 40 එක සබ්ජෙක්ට් 47යි ගානනේ. කොමා. කොසේ ඔව් අර ඒ කේස් එකකින් දා. ඔව් ඒක කරගන්න නැත්නම් එක්සෑම් මේ පාවය ගන්න ටයිම් එක යනවා. දෙන්නේ ඒක තමයි ඉක්මනට ඒක චෙක් කරගෙන කතා කරන්න නැත්නම් අල්තාෆ්සර් සෙන්සුරත් කතා කරන්න. ඔව් අපරාධේ. හරි හරි හරි. ජය වේවා. කේස් ස්ටඩි යනවනේ කේස් ස්ටඩි ආද ඉන්ට්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එකනේ ජය වේවා බයි පරිස්සමෙන් යන්න right so then this is the like that just wanted to tell that so we will do the balance stuff right okay then now we did the absorption costing based profit calculation based on the approaches we used and everything done and dusted now we have to focus about the question called question number 10. Calculate the profit per unit using absorption costing. So our requirement number 10. Requirement number 10, calculation of profit per unit. We call profit per unit under absorption costing. So how? We have an absorption costing based profit 73,800. So you to get the profit per unit under absorption costing for a month of July. This is the month of July. We had to specify that. July, month of July. 73,800 divided by relevant sales volume, which is relevant to the month of July. How much? 11,000. So 73,800 divided by 11,000, which is we call 73,800 divided by 11,000, which is we call 6.71. 6.71, right? 6.71. $6.71 per unit sales volume. Right. So then requirement number 11. Requirement number 11. They want us to calculate the profit per unit under marginal. So now we almost done with the absorption costing related measurements. Done and dusted. Now we have to focus about marginal costing method based calculation. So shall I clean the whiteboard? Marginal costing based calculation. So now have a separate topic. This is marginal costing method is under traditional cost accounting method. Marginal costing method is under traditional cost accounting method. So marginal costing method and the traditional cost accounting method. We done the absorption costing. Now have another topic called profit calculation. Profit calculation under marginal costing method. Marginal costing month of July. This is the topic, profit calculation, marginal costing month of July. Right. So under this, we have a calculations called marginal costing. How can we do? Marginal costing we call variable cost in another name. Marginal means variable cost in another name. So here, marginal costing based profit calculation, they are focusing full, not the full cost of production, only the variable cost of production. So then fixed cost and all, we are going to keep it as a time period cost. This is like that. So here, we call direct material cost per unit, direct labor cost per unit, direct labor cost per unit, and direct expenses cost per unit, and the variable production overheads cost per unit. And that's it. So we call variable cost per unit. That's a variable or marginal cost. So then now you can ask, so what happened to the fixed production overheads cost and the fixed non-production overheads cost, fixed non-production overhead cost, and the variable non-production overheads cost. So you can raise a question. So what happened to this? What happened to this? Now, fixed production overheads and the fixed non-production overheads, yes, we can call it like this. These are the period that we call time period cost. That means we call total fixed cost need to be removed. You get the net profitability. Only the total fixed cost we consider as the time period cost. Why? Total fixed overhead, fixed production overhead, and fixed non-production overhead. So now we can ask the question, what happened to the variable non-production overheads? Actually, this is, we are not going to put under the non-production category. This one we have to keep separately when you are calculating the contribution. Under marginal costing structure is like that. Sales revenue less cost of sales, which is we call the variable cost or marginal cost, and not the gross profit or loss, which is we call contribution. Because sales minus variable cost we call the contribution. So this marginal cost in profit calculation, when you are valuing the inventory, this is the point we have to remember, because that point examiner can make some confusion, because majority, the most of the students, they went wrong because of this case. The full cost of production without any problem we know, and then we remove all the non-production overhead called fixed non-production and variable non-production as a time period. But here only the total fixed overheads, fixed production, fixed non-production, we call it as a time period cost. But non-production overheads are there on a variable. Here, when you are valuing the opening inventory, production volume, closing in stocks, and all these things, you have to use the production variable cost related things to get the valuation. Opening stock valuation, production units valuation, closing stocks valuation. By using this variable production cost. These are the production costs. All are the variable production costs. Once you're done with that, separately, without putting to the opening and closing and production. Hurry. What happened? My God. Someone has switched off these things. Uh, it's okay. Yes. Okay, okay, it's okay. Right. So once you're done with this valuing the opening stocks, closing stocks, and the production volume, after that we have a variable non-production overhead cost, which should be separately. We have to add to the total cost of sales to get the contribution, because contribution is a not the production, non-production, they didn't call like that. They said, anyways, from the sales value, you have to remove the variable cost. Variable production cost plus variable non-production overhead together, we call total variable cost. That one we had to remove from the revenue to get the contribution. Therefore, when you are valuing the opening inventory, production, closing stocks, yes, you have to follow this variable production cost per unit approach. Once you valued with that, you are taking some particular total like that. For this one, you have to add the total variable non-production overhead together and keep into the second column to deduct from the revenue. To get what? Contribution. This is the one we have to remember at the exam. Majority questions came from this angle because majority went wrong at the due to the exam stress and all. That's why they can confuse like that. Make sure to remember this. With the computation, I will show you how to do. This is a structure. Clear? No? Can you copy this? So done. Yeah. Right. So then after that, let's do the computation which is relevant to the this our marginal cost in base. Right. Now we have to focus about the computation number 4 for this computation for this calculation. Uh, computation number 4 online Kavidi same page computation number 4 requirement number 4 calculation of variable cost per unit. This is the variable cost per unit. We know now how to calculate. Requirement number 4 variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit. Direct material cost per unit. This is how much? $18. $18. Direct labor cost per unit, which is $4 wages. And we don't have a direct expenses here. And the variable production overhead cost per unit, which is $18 plus 4, then $3. So then 18 plus 4, 22, 22 plus 3, 25. This is our variable cost per unit, which is relevant to the production. Now we done with that. $25 per unit. This is the requirement number 4. Done. Then after they want us to calculate requirement number 7, stock value for the month ending 31st July as per the marginal costing approach. So requirement number 5, closing stocks valuation as at 31st July under marginal costing method. Marginal costing method, closing inventory or stocks valuation 31st July under marginal costing method. So how to do that? We have to focus first our closing stocks. Let's say opening stocks in units as at let's say as at 1st July. July month එක beginning වෙනකොට opening inventory කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? 30th June closing inventory no. So we had a production volume June month එකේ 14,000 minus our same number එකම තමයි 12,000 sorry yeah 12,800. This is we call 1,200 ne? 1,200 units. Now you have to add production units for the as at 31st July. That means month of July. So production volume we have for this month, which is 10,200. 10,200. Then we have a total called 11,400. 11,400. So now deduct sales volume as at 31st July, which is we call 11,000. And then finally we have a 400 units, which is we call closing stocks in units as at 31st July. Done and dusted. This is the 400. So now this is not our requirement. No. We had to use this 400 units to calculate the closing inventory value as at 31st July How? 400 into $25. 400 into 25 is the variable cost per unit. So 400 multiplied with the 25, which is 10,000. So dollar 10,000 is the closing inventory value as at 31st July as for the given particular period. Right. So hope Kamidi also wrote this whatever we did. Shall I clean the whiteboard, Kamidi? Shall I clean the whiteboard, Kamidi? Yes. Okay. Right. So then now we are done with the requirement number 5 as well. The next one. What is the next computation? We'll see. Mhm. The computation next requirement is requirement number we. I mentioned විකට් එකක් දන්නේ කොහොම ලකුණු 50 දලා අරුන්ගේ විකට් එක යවුවා එහෙම කරොත් වැඩෝ now requirement number 7 done. Now we can do the eighth requirement number 8. So here they want us to do few of the theory lines are there. They want us to select the what statement is true or what statement is false. Aim of absorption costing is to determine the full cost of production per unit. Determine the full cost of production per unit. So actually absorption costing is to determine the full cost of production per unit, which is true. So we had to write the first one is a true. T is true. And the second line, aim of marginal costing is used to charge product or services with variable cost. Actually, yes, correct answer, which is true. Because aim of marginal costing is used to charge product or service with variable cost. ඕහෝ එක පල්ලෙහා ලයින් එකක් තියෙනවානේ. ඕහෝ wait එක ලයින් එක දෙකට තියෙන්නේ එකක් නෙමෙයි. නෑ ඒක හරි ඒක ලයින් එක නෙමෙයි එක එකකින් ඉවරයිනේ. This is true. We have only 3 lines නේ. From absorption costing and marginal costing, marginal costing gives the highest stock valuation at the end of the period. බලන්න for this computation දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ marginal costing base and the absorption costing there. ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා marginal costing method they will give the highest closing inventory valuation when compared to the absorption costing method. Marginal costing එකේ closing stock එකේ value එක higher than low absorption costing එකේ closing stocks වලට වඩා. We'll see. ඇත්තටම answer එක වැරදි. How? Under marginal costing closing inventory value එක ආවේ 10,000. Under absorption costing we received something called 13,600. So now they are saying something like that, which is wrong. මේක ඇත්තටම වැරදි. Why? If you use the absorption costing approach, because here closing inventories are valued by using the full cost of production. When it comes to closing stocks under marginal costing, you are using the variable cost only. OAR is not there. We removed that. Therefore, this statement is wrong. So we call it which is false. So if you receive some theory questions like that, you have to follow this approach. This is the false. Paradi. Right. So we done with the requirement number 8. Any questions from that committee? Hope you understood with this line how we understood and sorted out. And if any questions you can tell, I can repeat it again. No questions. Very good. Right. Then the next requirement, requirement number 9 done, 10 done, 11. Calculate the profit for the period using marginal costing. Now we are going to do the requirement number 11, marginal costing based calculation. So requirement number 9, profit statement, profit statement under marginal costing approach for the month of July. Profit statement, marginal costing approach, month of July. Again, same here. Sales revenue. Sales revenue. We have to put the value and deduct or less cost of sales. Within bracket, we can say variable cost. Variable cost at the marginal cost. Under that, we have to have a one called opening stocks and the production, opening stocks production, and the deduct or less closing stocks. And then finally, after that, we can't put the value here because we have to adjust the one of the cost called separately what? Add the what? Variable non-production overheads. Then after that, we can calculate the contribution. Contribution. Because contribution is sales minus variable cost. And finally, from that contribution, you have to deduct all is total fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Under total fixed cost, we include fixed production overheads cost and fixed non-production overheads costs. So after that, finally, you have a net profitability calculation, net profit. So this is the final calculation format for the marginal costing weighted profit statement. So sales revenue, once again, we can calculate. We have a selling price per unit, which is $50. $50 into 11,000 sales volume, which is we call 550,000. $550,000 done. Opening stocks, we have 1,200 multiplied with the 25. 1,200 into 25, which is we call 30,000. Opening stocks 30,000. And production, we have 10,200. 10,200 multiplied with the $25 variable cost per unit, which is we call 10,200 into 25. 255,000. 255,000. And then closing stocks, we have 400 into 25, which is we call 10,000. Within bracket, we call minus. And this minus this, we call 30,000 plus 255,000 minus 10,000. 275,000. 275,000. For this 275,000, you may require to add the variable non-production overhead separately. Already they said 550,000 into 10%. This is we call 55,000. So then now this plus this we call 275,000 plus 55,000, which is we call 330,000. We have to put this full total to here 330,000, and then remove this 330,000 from the 550,000 total sales value, which is equal 550,000 minus 330,000. Answer is 220,000. 220,000 is my full contribution. Done. And total fixed overhead cost is there. Total fixed overhead cost is fixed production. We have a 99,000. Let's write like that to get the final computation. And fixed non-production overhead, which is 14,000 plus 26,000, and altogether 14 plus 26, which is we call 40,000. So 40,000, this is the time period cost, and add those two. This plus 99 is, which is we call 139,000. 139,000 need to be removed from the contribution as a time period cost, And finally, you will get the net profitability 220 minus 139, sorry, 139,000, which is we call 81,000, 81,000, which is we call net profitability, the marginal costing based approach. We done with the marginal costing one. Right, done. So we done the requirement, 11 requirement under this. So this is the maximum level you can get the question with this basic one. We read the computation. Going forward, you will get that booklet. There are different kind of questions came from the absorption costing base, profit calculation, marginal costing base, profit calculation, related things, which will helpful you to think in the different angle to compute the final questions. Right? So then done with the 11 requirement and requirement number 12. Requirement number 12. So requirement number 12 is the calculate the profit per unit using the marginal cost approach. So requirement number 12, we can say profit per unit, profit per unit under marginal costing base month of July. How to calculate? We have 81,000 marginal costing base profit divided by 11,000 sales revenue, sales volume. So 81,000 divided by 11,000 volume, which is we call $7.36. Dollars 7.36. Dollars 7.36 per unit. So done and dusted. The computation number 12. Computation number 13, they want us to provide the true or false for the below point, which is we call from the absorption costing and marginal costing gives the highest. Same question, I guess. Absorption costing and marginal costing gives the highest. Same question they want to test. Please, can you please cut the by one line? No 13 questions, only 12 questions. Please cut this computation theory with the one line because same question they have repeated. Whatever we already addressed in earlier. Right? So we done with the topic 3 computation coverage and also topic 2 as well with the explanation of this theory and all. Now turn the page number, topic number 4. Topic number 4. Topic number 4. Absorption to marginal costing profit reconciliation. So now, once you done with the computation called absorption costing profit, marginal costing profit, whatever the basis, now you have to do the reconciliation based on the available profitability. So absorption costing base profit to the marginal costing base, marginal costing base profit to the absorption costing base. So this kind of the computations are there. So let's see based on our calculated number before we read the theory, because I will show you, then after that we can read the theory. This profit reconciliation is the different, very easy one. Can you please have a topic, your text notebook, profit reconciliation statement. Profit reconciliation statement. Profit reconciliation statement. Profit reconciliation statements. Profit reconciliation statement for the month of July. This is linked to the first question. So profit reconciliation statement, they want you to do, for example, if they gave absorption costing based profit. Let's say how much we received under absorption costing, which is 73,800, no? Yeah, 73,800 absorption costing based profits. And then we got the calculated the marginal costing based profit, which is we calculated 81,000. This is done. Like that, no? 81,000 marginal costing base. So now you can see absorption based profit is very low compared to the marginal costing based profits. No? That's the truth. Ne? So this is happened because of the one reason. One is when you are calculating the absorption costing, yes, we had a OAR. That is we call full cost of production. And under marginal cost in years, we didn't use the OAR for that. So then you can ask, sir, then you said no, absorption profit should be higher than the margin profit because we are having the full cost of valuation when we are valuing the closing inventory. Because if the closing inventories are increasing, cost of sales will go down. Why? Because the bigger amount is going to be removed from the cost of sales. That means parallel to that, revenue and the cost of sales under absorption costing, revenue is higher than the cost of sales. Then we are having, definitely we should have a highest profit than the margin costing profit. Why? Here very low closing inventory values we are going to remove because of the not having OAR. Then cost of sales is very high than compared to the absorption costing. Then revenue is very that particular level. Then marginal costing cost of sales is something high than this, therefore lower profit. But now something went different. This profit is very low, this profit is very high. Now we can have some kind of explanation called here. This is happened because opening inventories are 1,200, closing inventories are 400. That means what is the difference? 800. So 800 because 1,200 is the opening inventory, no? 400 is the closing stocks. I mean units. So this is difference is 800, no? This 800 mean by 800 my closing inventories are reduced, no? Minus 800 into the particular that valuation rate. That means because of that marginal costing profit increase compared to the absorption costing profit. In other terms, more or full cost of production with the opening inventory under here than this. Make a OAR thina, make a OAR ne. Opening inventory you valued with the highest number of cost, we call full cost of production. Definitely cost of sales is very high than here. Because of that, we got this kind of profits. Yes or no? This is the reconciliation. Clear? Question? Doubt? Sure? No doubt, ne? So now this reconciliation of profit statement we can do. This is the way changes in inventory or stocks need to be multiplied with standard overhead absorption rate. This is the formula in the middle. You to do the deviations, not the reconciliation. So how changes in stocks can the opening inventory 1,200 tibba, closing inventory 400. So මේ දෙන්නගේ වෙනස කීයද? 800 minus නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ opening inventory එක වැඩි closing එකට වඩා. ඒ කියන්නේ stock එක අඩු වෙලා 800කින් නේ. Then here we are not going to put the minus sign because we are going to put under logically. So 800 multiplied with what is my OAR? $9. මේ දෙක වැඩි කළාම 7,200 නේ. බලන්න. Here 800 minus plus කියලා ගන්නෙ නෑ. වෙනස 800 නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ closing stock එක 800කින් අඩු වෙලා. දැන් මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? When you are valuing the closing inventory with the full cost of production, yes, cost of sales එකෙන් high ගාණක් අඩු වෙනවා. මේකේ අඩුවෙන්. හැබැයි when you value the opening inventory 1,200 into the particular OAR or full cost of production, and here 1,200 with the one cost is going to be eliminated, which is OAR. Make a low cost. ඒතර cost of sales එක මේකේ අඩුයි මේකට වඩානේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ profit එක වැඩි උනේ. එහෙනම් මේ profit එකේ ඉඳන් මෙතනට යන්න නම් මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? මේ 7200 එකතු කරන්න. දැන් මේ මෙහෙමනේ. හිතන්නකො මෙහෙම ආවයි කියලා. If you have a marginal cost in profit එක base profit එක marginal cost in base profit which is we call 81,000 කියන්නකො. And then absorption cost in based profit එක which is we call 73,800 නේ. So now changes in inventory again, changes in stocks නැත්නම් inventory multiplied with OAR. So changes in inventory එකේ 1200 minus 400, 1200 minus 400 which is we call 800 into OAR $9. 7200. So now tell me මෙතන මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? 8. මෙතන 1200 එක කියලා කියන්නේ opening inventory එක වැඩි මේකට වඩා 8 මෙතනදී marginal cost profit එක වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා මේකට වඩා. හැබැයි මෙතන මේ 7200 නැහැ. Why is that? අන්න හරි. ඔව් full cost එක දැන් මෙතන තිබ්බට දැන් මෙතනදී මේක ඇතුලේ 81000 වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මොකද මේ full cost of production එක නැතුව but ඒත් අඩුවෙන් තමයි cost of sales එක value වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි මෙතන එනකොට ඒක වැඩියෙන් value වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒතර අපිට මෙතන මේක නෑ කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ 81000 කියන profit මේකෙන් මේ 7200 අඩු කරන්න ඕනේ මෙතනට යන්නේ. ඇයි? අපිට මෙතනදී profit එක අඩු වෙන්න හේතු උනේ මේ 7200 මෙතනදී ඒගොල්ලන්ට තිබ්බද නැද්ද? ඇත්තටම මේ marginal costing එකේ මේ 7200 කියන එක ඇත්තටම වැලි වෙලා නැහැ. මොකද මේගොල්ලෝ ඕපනින් ස්ටොක් එක වැලි වෙලා තියෙන අඩුවෙන්. ඒකයි. දැන් මෙතනදී වැඩි වෙලා වැලි වෙලා තියෙනවා වැඩිනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ මෙයාගේ 7200 අයින් වෙලා. එහෙනම් මේ profit එකෙන් මේක එනකොට we have to remove the 7200 to get this one. This is we call profit reconciliation statements under absorption and margin. Understood? Clear? So my friend Kavidi, hope you understood with the profit reconciliation statements computation part. Yes or no? Any questions, Kavidi, under this? Right, all good. So the final topic of the day, then we are going to finish soon. Topic 5, absorption versus marginal cost in a narration. If you want, you can write this down. Yeah, first write this down. Yeah, ගහනවාද ෂුවර් එකට. Right, done, no? Okay. So then let's focus about Topic number 5 for the computation, the final one, which is very easy. Few arguments against the absorption costing and the few arguments again when you are working with the margin costing. Very simple. Based on the calculation we done with that, now let's discuss one by one. Arguments for the absorption costing, which is page number 13 of this chapter. Fixed production costs are needed for the production and should be included to cost the products. That is, we call under absorption. We wanted to get the fixed production cost. Not the full cost of production. Also, we are going to consider, but fixed production cost we are considering for that, which is production under absorption. Inventory valuation contain the fixed production cost, thus complies with the financial accounting inventory valuation standards. Because we all know under financial accounting inventory valuation, we use the fixed cost production cost for the inventory valuation because all the full cost of production set up by using the fixed production cost. This is not a big deal because we done with the valuation. Is consistent. Third bullet is consistent with the actual accounting concept where fixed production cost is taken forward with stocks under realized only when they sold. That means when we are working with the inventory valuation for accounting, actual concept is saying whether you paid or not, whether you received or not, you may record to consider the relevant accounting period, cost and revenues as it is. That is applicable to here as well. Whenever sold and all, then realize we know we have to consider. If pricing, the fourth bullet, if pricing decision is made on absorption costing information, fixed cost will be covered. Absorption cost in years, we have to cover the fixed cost. Why? When you are pricing under absorption, we are considering the full cost of production. Full cost so first we have to cover the full cost and fixed cost automatically we are covering when you are charging the selling price. Done. And then under over absorption will highlight the utilization of resources. That means if we have an underutilization, overutilization, that means you are utilizing, you are highlighting the full which is called utilization of resources for a particular company works and all. Marginal costing based arguments are there, simple and avoids arbitrary apportionment. මොකද්ද මේ arbitrary apportionment කියන්නේ? Which is randomly picking things that we call when you are working with the absorption costing method, some of the bases you can use arbitrary. Sometimes when you are apportioning the OER, you don't have a volumes, units, you don't have a machine hours, you don't have a labor hours. Then you can use the another measurement called value-based measurements, arbitrary measurement. Prime cost machine cost we can use the prime cost like a value base, which is not correct. But randomly we can use that basis because of not having the volume basis. But marginal costing they said no, we are not considering that because why? They are not using the OAR. Only the variable costs are considered. That's why. Regardless of the volume, fixed production, FEC, fixed production cost is fixed. Makes sense. Relate to the period and extra and additional production cost is only the variable production cost, which is simple thing. Marginal costing provides the best information for the decision making. Actually, yes, variable costs are accurate because when you are making the decision, this is happened because of the one particular thing. If it is some or volume or whatever things are occurred, definitely we have an additional or marginal cost. Finally, absorption costing encourage overproduction. Why? Absorption method they always try to produce more and more. Why they know? And when you producing the more volume, sales and minus production volume, then definitely you have a highest closing stocks. When you are valuing the closing stocks under absorption method, definitely profit should be high. That's why. But margin costing is not going to do like that kind of the manipulation. The final one, which is we are done with that. So done with this absorption versus marginal narration. It's relevant to the exam because some of the questions theory points we put into here based on the past question papers. So therefore, Kavindi and my basically we have only now one now. People who are listening to the recording before the next week class, we almost covered with the first chapter now. We are done with that. First chapter done with the first lecture. So go to the content page, my dear friends, and chapter number 1, put the tick in front of that. Chapter covered. Content, chapter number 1 covered. put the tick. So next week Sunday we have a usual lecture as according to the schedule, 2 to 6:30. But now I'm going to finish the lecture. Then see you all on next week Sunday with the physical and online session. Hope you are comfortable with this lecture P1. You can continue with me until the end because we are going to do the practice sessions and everything. For the P1, confidence with me. No need to worry about that. Right? So thank you so much for the participants and Kavidi. Hope you are work with me and got something from this P1. Hope you are happy with the lecture and hope to see you all on next week as well. So thank you so much. We are going to wind up the session. Good evening and see you and take a good break.